Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm so happy to be here with you today for the first offering of Navy Partnerships 101 training. I am Cheryl Monzon, the Technology Transfer Program Manager for the Naval Facilities, Engineering, and the Expeditionary Warfare Center, located here in Port Hueneme, California. My role for NAVFAC XWIC is to move technology developed by the government into the private sector and to help technology developed in the private sector make its way into the government. I know that there is much information out there about working with the government, but it's not always conveniently located. Today, we will provide you with some of the first steps you'll need to set your business up and to begin working with the government. This training would not be possible without a partnership with the Office of Naval Research, Tech Bridge Ventura, Economic Development Collaborative of Ventura County, and FathomWorks. So why is this important to the Department of the Navy? As I mentioned, technology transfer is the ability to move technology developed inside the government to the private sector, or to move technology developed in the private sector to the government. In the early days, this transfer was usually for government technology transferring out. So think of NASA and Gatorade, or the Navy and global position satellite, your GPS and your phone. In fact, much technology in a cell phone was developed in a federal lab. Now, industry has expanded research and development, their capabilities to the point that most new technology is developed in the private sector. For government labs to access this technology, we need to develop partnerships with industry to tailor the tech to fit government systems and needs. This is important to the Navy because it saves development time and cost for new technologies that support government facilities, logistics, and combat support for the warfighter. Technology transfer not only works to save government cost and development time, but it can also save lives. So to get started, we have a few housekeeping items for the event. On the bottom of your screen is a menu bar. There's a Q&A feature which will allow you to type in questions for the speakers. We have someone tending the questions and will answer those not related to the speaker. Once the speaker is done with their session, they will respond to the questions in the Q&A window. Now you can reach out to Hannah at fathomworks.com, or click on Google Meet link in a previously sent email. If you're having technical difficulties, reach out to Hannah. You can also refer to your Federal Opportunities Guide, which was previously sent to you, if you want to review the handouts. So don't worry about taking notes. Next, we'd like to get to know you a little better with a very brief icebreaker. For this, you use your smartphone to scan the QR code on the screen. Open your camera app, hold it over the QR code, and it will prompt you to answer a question. If you can't get the QR code to work, there's a link at the top of the screen that will also take you to the questions. Okay, so let's see if you've been successful. I'm gonna try it myself here. So the first question, let's see if I'm smart enough to do this. The first question I see is, what is your spirit animal? So you type in your answer and hit submit. We should be seeing responses tally on the screen soon. It's taken a bit longer than I thought it would. Oh, my goodness. We've got a lion, an eagle, a cheetah. Somebody doesn't know what kind of animal they are. Oh, I like the hummingbird. And there's a monarch. I'm assuming that's a butterfly. Godzilla. Okay. Okay. Well, I see that we've got a large number of people. You can see that the responses that are in larger letters are typically the ones that have a few more responses than the rest. This is really something. Okay, so a butterfly, a bunny, cat, lion, cheetah, some of the feline family there. I think we've got a good number here. Let's go on to the next question. What's one word that comes to mind when you think about government opportunities? Okay. It's hard. It's difficult. It's daunting. It's confusing. Whoa, there's a lot of responses here. Where do I even begin? Red tape, of course. Quite a few answers here. Well, you can imagine that this is one question we will revisit later at the end of today's session. We'd like to know if we were able to help change your mind in any way about working with the government. And remember, you have the Q&A capability on this application so that you can always ask us a question and we'll try to take care of it immediately. So on to our program, and our first speaker will discuss how to protect your ideas. So Erica Bristol is an attorney and founder of Evening Legal, a boutique law firm specializing in intellectual property and business transactions for micro and small businesses. Erica is also a commercial mediator specializing in intellectual property and business disputes. She currently serves as a panel mediator for the U.S. District Court, Central District of California, and a panel neutral for Santa Barbara. Please, a warm welcome. I know you can't clap, but let's thank Erica Bristol, and I'd like to turn it over to her.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for being here. I have a PowerPoint. I'm going to share it with you in just a moment. And I hope you all can see that. Let's see, put it in, there we go. Well, first of all, you've reached a major milestone by being here and just attending. I mean, obviously one of the first steps is getting the information. And I saw from that last poll that working with government seemed to be hard and daunting, and where do you even begin? But where you begin is participating in webinars like this and gathering information and asking questions. That's what we're here for. And, you know, the more you participate, the more you get information and ask questions, it'll really be less daunting. So I hope this presentation today alleviates some of your fears and gets you the information you need to move forward working with the government. I am an intellectual property lawyer and mediator, And I also counsel small businesses through the Small Business Development Center. And one of the issues that we see every day is that small businesses don't have the resources to understand IP, to be trained on IP, intellectual property, and to protect their own IP. Often small businesses don't even know that they have IP or what IP is. And in order for you to effectively and successfully work and contract with the government or participate in some of their programs, it's going to be important for you as a business to understand what intellectual property is. And so my presentation today will really give you the information, some basic information you need about IP. I'm also going to be talking super quick on the SBIR and STTR program, super high level, very little information there, but just so that you are aware of what it is and just high level overview. Most of this presentation will be on intellectual property so that you can really understand it and how it helps your business. So of course, you know, as a lawyer, you're always going to have this. We just can't help ourselves. It's in our blood, right? So I have to do a disclaimer. Sorry. I apologize in advance. Nothing that is, nothing in this presentation is or should be deemed legal, tax, or other professional advice, blah, blah, blah. You know the drill. Please consult an appropriate professional for your particular situation. And, you know, talking about working with professionals, that is one of the harder issues with small businesses is getting the money to work with a professional. So please reach out to the groups like this or SBDC or others that we can help you as much as we can until you get to that point where you can. Okay, so what is intellectual property, also known as IP? It's property created with the mind, hence the intellectual, right? And the legal rights that attach to it, right? It's usually intangible, meaning you can't touch a trademark, you can't touch a patent, right? The embodiment of it you might be able to, but the actual IP you can't touch. And usually the owner is granted some type of exclusive rights, either the exclusive right to copy or make it or use it. Sometimes the right to stop other people from doing that. So there's usually some exclusive right given. And it's protected by federal, state, and international law. So you have all different levels of law to protect your IP. So why is IP important? Well, for you as a business, IP is what motivates you to spend the money and time to be creative and innovative and to be competitive. It's kind of like a risk reward system. Governments ask you to please be innovative to help the economy, to solve government problems like the Department of Defense and the Department of the Navy. And in exchange, the law gives you protection, legal protection for your creative works and your innovative works so that you can be competitive and make money if you want or not on your property, your choice, right? IP is important because it generates revenue for your business, whether through the sale of products or through the licensing of goods or even the sale of assets. It generates revenue. And jobs, think of all the jobs that use IP every day, from the software programmers to the business managers who are selling products that underlie IP, right? Very, very important for revenue and jobs. And the economy, think of the local, state, and federal economy often is driven by the products or services that have IP underlying them, right? It's the foundation for legal rights and many of the goods and services that we use every single day. And all of us touch IP every single day in everything we do. And again, revenue streams for your small business. The products and services you sell have IP underlying them. If you decide to sell your business or sell an asset in your business, that asset may be valued by the IP underlying it. And licensing, which very often small businesses forget that's an alternative. Licensing something that you have, like software or a platform that generates money. It's very important for your business. So there are 4 general types of IP. When we speak of IP in the business world, we think of these 4 types: copyrights, trademarks, trade secrets, and patents. And so today, my presentation is going to talk about these 4 and give you some information so you can identify them, decide if you want to protect them, and how do you enforce your legal rights with these 4 types of IP. So these are the big 4: copyrights, trademarks, trade secrets, and patents. Okay, so I know I can't see all of you out there, but hold up your smartphone, right? Here's my smartphone, Note 9. It took me forever to get from a Windows phone to Note 9. I got teased mercilessly for it. I can't help it. I like to wait till the technologies, all the bugs are worked out. But yeah, no, Windows phone took me a while. So your smartphone has every type of IP in it, right? So think about it. Samsung, the name Samsung is a trademark, right? So the phone manufacturer, Samsung. T-Mobile, my service provider, a cell service provider, the word T-Mobile is a trademark, right? Microsoft, I have some Microsoft apps in here. Microsoft is a trademark. The software programs, the mobile apps are protected by copyright law. The chips in here and the design can be protected by patent law, right? And some of the customer contracts or secret, innovative, competitive methods that they have for some of the aspects of the phone can be protected under trade secret law. So here's one item that we use every day that has all 4 types of IP in it. And so you see how important it is to protect this IP. If you were Samsung, you would be spending millions of dollars, as they do, to protect their patents, right? And also T-Mobile and Samsung, they spend millions to advertise and market and promote their trademarks. And they have internal training to protect their trade secrets so that they're kept secret. You can see by one device how much IP is involved in one device and how much money it generates for these companies. And they can generate the same type of revenue, maybe not the millions and millions. Well, you never know, maybe it could be, right? But for your company to protect your IP is important, and to know that it exists. Okay, so we're going to start with copyrights. The reason I'm going to start with copyrights is very often this is the most prevalent. This, along with trademarks, can be the easiest to protect for free. So let's start with looking at trademarks. Okay, excuse me, copyrights. Okay, so what is a copyright? A copyright is a set of exclusive rights that are granted to copyrightable subject matter. So you have to have something that can be protected by copyrights. You can't protect ideas and facts, right? Law's not going to let you lock down a fact and exclusively hold on to a fact. It has to be an original work. So you have to have some type of work that has some piece of originality in it, and it has to be fixed in a tangible form, right? Some way we can see or perceive it. So you need something that's protectable under copyright. There's got to be some originality to it, and it's got to be out of your head so we can see it and know that you created it. So here are the exclusive rights, right? You have the right to make a copy of it. You have a right to create derivative works. That means to take an original work that had some copyright protection, take a piece of it, and combine it with something else to make a new work, right? You have the exclusive right to distribute it, to perform it, and even display it. So things that are on the internet displayed are not free for everybody to use. You're the only one who can do that unless you give somebody else permission. So here are examples of copyright protected works. Music, right? There's originality in music. It's out of the person's head, the creator's head. It's in a tangible form on a sound recording. So it's the minute that work is put into a tangible form, whether you write it on paper, whether you put it in a Word document, whether you record it, whether you use computer software programming, the minute it's in a tangible form, that's when you have the legal right. Now we'll talk about copyright registration, but I just want you to know, the minute it's out of your head and in a tangible form, the way we can perceive, that's the minute you have copyright protection. So software and mobile apps, right? The words book, whole story in a book, video games, blueprints and schematics, right? Graphic designs or logos, sculptures, even choreography. Now, how do you put it in a tangible form? You've got to record it, right? Training materials, videos, educational materials. This PowerPoint presentation, it's in a tangible form. There's some creativity, so it has copyright law, copyright protection already, right? So how long does copyright last? It lasts the author's life plus 70 years. So it's long, 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 long time, right? And if 2 or more people create it, individuals we're talking, the 70 years after the last surviving author's death. The reason it's so long is from the old days, it had to do with entertainment and art, creative artists making works, and big companies, studio companies making a lot of money, and the artists were starving. So now we gave their families and their heirs some rights, right? Works made for hire, and those are going to be important. We'll talk about that later. Limited time frame, 95 to 120 years, and that's works created by employees and certain works created by independent contractors. Now, what happens after that? The work goes into the public domain, which means anybody can use the work any way they want without paying and without asking permission. So I think the Sherlock Holmes story, just a couple things like that, just went into the public domain, so anybody can use Sherlock Holmes. All the classical music, you know, you have to make sure you are clear on whether something's in the public domain before you use it without permission. But it lasts a limited period of time. Again, risk reward. You create it, you put it out to the world, the law gives you protection. So what does that C symbol mean? I'm sure you've all have seen that. That's a copyright notice. That tells the world that you're claiming copyright ownership in a particular work. You can use the C symbol as small business owner. If you have training materials that you're distributing out, you can put the copyright notice inside or on the first page to let people know you are the copyright holder. You can put it in your software programming, right? You can hide it in there, so if somebody steals your code, up there pops your copyright symbol, right? You can put it in code. This lets the world know, and this is a free thing you can do. So if you're licensing platforms, you can put copyright and name your business. If you're handing out electronic materials and they're only supposed to be distributed to a limited number of people, you can put copyright, and you can put how the limitation in there. And here's an example, right? You can use the word copyright or the symbol, and the year either it's published. Published has a very particular definition in copyright law, or the year you created it, and then the name of the owner, right? So that's what that symbol means. That's something all small businesses can do right now for free for their copyright protected works. So who owns it? This is going to be really important for small businesses. If it's a single creator, he or she owns it, right? A single person. So think about this in terms of software and founders, right? Who's creating the software? Who's doing the programming? If 2+ creators are intending a single work, if you're intending it to be a single, one single solid work, there's co-ownership. If the employees created it during the course and scope of their employment as part of their job, basically the employer owns it. Independent contractors, small businesses, this is very important for you. Under the copyright general rule is he or she who creates it owns it, right? So if you create it, you own it. And then the exceptions are things called works made for hire, works made by employees, works made by independent contractors. If you are using an independent contractor to assist you in programming, creating a graphic, creating materials for you, you have to be very particular to put in writing that work is a work made for hire and that you're owning the work under a work made for hire. Otherwise, that independent contractor might actually own the copyright, and it could end up that you've just got a license. So what is my caveat here? A contract before creation, when other people are creating things for you, that could be a work made for hire. You want to clearly establish, especially with independent contractors, that you are going to be the copyright owner and under a work made for hire. California has some little twists when you have an independent contractor who's a single person, not a business. Feel free to reach out to me after this presentation if you want to know that. But the takeaway here is contract before creation, written agreement, call it a work made for hire. So here's some myths. I got off the internet, so it's free and I can use it. The answer is no. Just because something's on the internet and displayed does not mean that you can do a right click and use it in your materials. That's a quick, good way to be accused of copyright infringement. I gave the copyright owner credit or a disclaimer, so I'm safe. No, you may be taking somebody else's work. Just because you said somebody else created it doesn't mean you got permission. And I only used a small portion, say a paragraph from an article or just a few seconds of a song. Well, you may be taking the golden kernel of that work, right? Think of Another One Bites the Dust. If you take the main riff, you're taking the big piece of the work. So no, you should get permission, especially in a business. So copyright takeaways. Copyright protects works in tangible form, your software, your training materials, your blueprints, your schematics, your architectural designs. All of those things can be protected by under copyright law. Decide who should own before creation. You don't always have to own it. A license could be just fine. If you're working with founders, maybe have a founder agreement that all IP either is going to be given to the entity or licensed to the entity. So you want to think about the IP you're creating before you make your business, especially copyright. Contract before creation. If it's not yours, get written permission. If you need help, talk to a copyright attorney. And you can register your works with the Copyright Office, which gives you extra legal protection. And so if you'd like to register your works, you can go to copyright.gov and feel free to ask me for questions about registering your work. That's a great way to protect ownership in the work. Okay, so now let's talk about trademarks, right? So there's a trademark right there. I hope you all know that that's Beats by Dre. Incredible amount of money that was made with working in partnership now, right? So Beats is a very famous logo, right? That's a type of trademark. So what does a trademark do? A trademark identify and distinguish the source of the goods and those from others. It doesn't tell you who's selling the product. It just says it's coming from a particular place. And it protects the goodwill of the business, right? It makes sure that the customer is getting to the product that they're looking for. So if you have a software product that might have a name, right? You may have a physical good that you're selling. Your technology may have a name like Bluetooth, right? Those are trademarks, right? They identify goods and services. Let me distinguish that between entity names. Your entity name, your name as a sole proprietor, a corporation, or LLC, that identifies the entity. That identifies who's selling the product, who's offering the product or service. A trademark identifies the product or service being sold. It identifies what is being sold, okay? Sometimes your entity name can be the same as your trademark. For example, Nike. Nike Inc. is a corporation. I think they're created in Oregon or Washington, but Nike also is a brand of athletic gear and other products. So they've just decided that their entity name is going to be the same as their trademark. You can do that if you want, or you can have different. Your company name can be ABC Co., but your trademarks are Frosty Flakes or Googly Gooks or whatever, right? You could have all different types of trademarks representing the products and services that you have. So entity name identifies who's doing the selling. Trademark identifies what's being sold, the product or service. Okay, here are some examples of trademarks. T-Mobile, right? Google, Samsung, Microsoft, OVO, that's Drake's. Yeah, I put it in there. No, there be some younger people there. And that's Drake's owl, right? He has a very significant product line. I think he's selling clothing. I believe he has, what else does he have? Maybe a record label. I think he's coming out with a fine liqueur, right? Musicians are becoming business owners and really reaching out and using the product line, trademark line, right? So they're goods. Fenty Beauty, right? Toyota, all these things. What are your products and services? And do you sell them? And do you have a brand? Do you know that you're using a brand and are you protecting it, right? So these are trademarks. So they're important because they protect goodwill. What's goodwill? It's how much your customers like your product, right? Coke has great goodwill. When people see Coke, they're going to reach and buy that product. So that Coke trademark has a fantastic goodwill. It helps the customer find the product or service. If we had two Cokes with the same name, which one is the one that the customer wants? So we want to make sure we only let one person use that Coke with a C so the customer gets to that product. You know, if somebody used Coke with a different C and the product was terrible, and I said, Coke tastes awful. Which Coke am I talking about, right? So we want to protect the goodwill of this Coke and not let a bad product ruin the goodwill of this good product. And we don't want somebody bootstrapping on all the R&D that this Coke spent on developing its name and the product and be able to go out there and try to sell without spending the money that this company had to. So that's why we're protecting it. And it's also a valuable asset on the company books. If your trademark brings people to the product, that says something about your revenue stream. So you might want to protect it, right? Okay, so trademarks are created first and foremost by use, right? By use. If you're first to use the trademark, so it's the first to use the trademark with a particular good and service in a particular geographic area. Trademarks are geographic by nature. If you don't do something called registration, we look to see where are you. So think of settlers in the old days. They had their covered wagon and they were going, yeehaw, trying to get into a piece of land. They jump out and they put their stake down in the land and they're claiming the land. That's the same thing you do with a trademark. You're trying to be first using that trademark on your product and selling it in a certain area. And if you're first, you have trademark rights in that area. So for you small businesses, you need to think, where am I selling my products and services? Am I first in that area? Do I have trademark rights in that area? There's another way that you can get trademark rights, and that's by registration. Registration is taking your trademark and going to a state or federal government that maintains a database and asking the government to put the trademark in their database. It's usually a searchable database so that people can go, businesses like you, can go look and see if somebody's already taken that trademark, if somebody's already using it. And if they're already using it, then you move on, right? So it's a public way of searching and seeing if the trademark's already being used. And it gives you extra legal rights, right? I'm sure many of you have heard of the federal trademark at the USPTO, the United States Patent and Trademark Office. If you get a federal registration, your trademark rights are the entire country. So without it, we look place by place. With state and federal registration, with a state registration, you get the whole state. With the federal, you get the whole country, right? And as long as you continue to use that trademark, trademark rights can last forever. I put the link for the United States Patent and Trademark Office. The database at the federal government level is called the TESS, T-E-S-S database. Many people start there because if it's taken federally, you don't need to look anywhere else, right? They've got the whole country locked down. But keep in mind, states have their own databases, each state. I know it's hard. How do you think, how do I possibly search each state database? And so that's an issue, right? Somebody may have a state registration in another state. So there are ways to get around it. There's ways to solve it. So one of the most important things I think I want small business to take away from this presentation is that before you adopt a product name, you need to do due diligence. This is a really big issue that I see with a lot of small businesses. They come up with a great name, but they haven't searched to make sure nobody else is already using it. It's very easy to step on somebody else's trademark rights. And very often businesses think, oh, I'm the first one to come up with that name, and they really haven't. So you've got to do due diligence. Search and clear each product name. I would even go so far as to say, search your company name, right? Not just if you're creating an LLC or a corporation, not just at the Secretary of State website. Go on the web and see if somebody else has that name, because you want to see, are they close by you? Maybe people will get your companies mixed up. And you also want to see, sometimes they may pick a name that's close to their trademark. That may let you know that they're also having a trademark with the same name. So I would say, and for my clients, I search their company name as well, and their product name, to make sure that there's just no accidental overlaps with any other business. So when you're coming up with a product name, be it a software product, software as a service, tangible good, anything, a machine, whatever you're coming up with, and you're going to have a brand name for that. You should search the internet and put in the name of the product or service to see if you have anything similar. You should search the domain names. You should search social media, because you're going to want all these things, right? You should search the registration databases. I put on here, there's something called a search report. A lot of lawyers use this. It's a compilation of database information that's very comprehensive, and helps us feel more comfortable that you're not stepping on somebody else's rights. You can order a search report as well, or you can use a trademark attorney, and a trademark attorney will let you know if the name's protectable. They'll do the searching for you. They'll give you legal advice, and if you want, they will do the registration for you and talk through the federal and state governments for you through registration. So takeaway from trademarks: make sure you search and clear whatever your product and service is. If you're going to have a brand name, you've got to make sure you search and clear it first. We have a lot of small businesses that don't know this and end up getting letters from lawyers, cease and desist letters, saying you're infringing my client's rights, and then having to pay a lot of money, or even sometimes putting the company out of business. So search and clear first. These are trademark notices. This is free, something you can do now. TM, SM, and R are trademark notices. They put the world on notice that you're claiming legal rights in a brand, in a trademark, right? So TM just stands for trademark, right? And a lot of times that's put on the upper right side, on the right side of a word, or the upper right side of a logo or graphic, right? SM means it's a service. You can use SM if you're offering a service. You can also use TM. They're kind of interchangeable, but some people use SM. Now, R is special. You can't use R anytime you want. R means your trademark is federally registered with the United States Patent and Trademark Office. That means you've gone through the whole registration process. You've applied, the federal government approved, and they've given you a registration number, and it's active. Registrations are not forever. They need to be renewed. So you've got to make sure you renew your trademark. Another issue that I see all the time is that small businesses either do it themselves or they hire an attorney to get their trademark registered, but they forget to renew it. The federal registration is 10 years. That's a long time. You know, how often do you update your software programs, right? What calendar you have for 10 years out? You can hire a service to remind you, but the key is you have to remember to renew your federal registrations or they'll expire. So state ones are usually a less period of time, but federals are 10 years. You've got to renew it. So the only time you can use an R is if you have a federal registered trademark. Okay, so the takeaways from trademarks: they are valuable, they bring the client to the product, and they distinguish you from other products. Very, very valuable. You can have rights just from being the first. You can also get additional rights from registering, state or federal. Search, clear your trademarks. Make sure you're first. Use creates your legal rights. You have the option to register them on a state level or with the federal government, and enforce your rights. Let me just give you a little clue on enforcement. Under trademark law, trademark owners have what's called a duty to police their trademarks, which means you can't just adopt it and sit out and keep going. You got to periodically look and make sure nobody's stepping on your rights, right? You've got to be watching, making sure no one's stepping on your rights. Also, you should be enforcing. So if you see somebody stepping on your rights, you may want to let them know, right? You can use an attorney, or you can send a letter and say, hey, you're stepping on my trademark rights, stop, right? So you want to enforce your rights. There are companies that offer a service called watch services. So when they'll send you a report when they see your trademark coming up on the internet, or if somebody's registering your trademark, that's a good way to help you comply with your duty to police your trademarks, right? So remember, search. You can order a search report if you want. Clear. Use them to get the rights, register them, and enforce your rights. Okay, trade secrets. What is a trade secret? A trade secret is information. That's the key. It's information that's not generally known to the public, right? It's not generally known. The secrecy of that information gives an economic benefit to the holder, okay? And you take reasonable efforts to keep it secret. Right. So here's some examples. Coca-Cola's recipe. They go through all kinds of steps, multi-levels, to keep that recipe secret. Why? Because Coke and Pepsi and other companies, their competitors, got a hold of that recipe, they'll be able to compete with them better, right? KFC's fried chicken recipe, there, how many, 11 herbs, 20 herbs and seasonings, right? They can tell you what herbs and seasonings, but not how much and not how they combine them. Microsoft's customer list and pricing specifics, right? If another company knew Microsoft's customers, they'd be able to compete with them better. Your secret marketing methods. Have you found a way to market that gives you an edge on your competition and you keep it secret? Your company's business and marketing plan is a trade secret, right? And you should market as such, confidential trade secret. Why? Because if your competitors knew how you were going to market and how much you were going to spend and what budget, how you were going to spend money, they could compete with you better, right? So remember, it's information, it's not generally known, and you've got to take reasonable steps to keep it secret. So how do we keep your trade secrets protected? Well, your company policy. Even a small business can have a company policy. Here's our trade secrets. You have to use NDAs. You can't disclose them to people without a promise to keep it secret. We don't keep our things on open, non-password protected, right? Your company can come up with just a few steps on a little piece of paper to keep your trade secret secret. It doesn't have to be this long 30-page document. It can be a couple sentences, right? Using confidentiality agreements. So sometimes you are entering into business deals with others and you've got to disclose some secrets about your business. Well, have them sign an NDA, right? They're promising to keep your trade secrets secret, right? If you're out letting everybody know about your secrets, they're not going to be secrets anymore, right? And good business practices. Shedding confidential documents, making sure that if you have a bigger company with lots of employees, you don't have your trade secrets openly available to all the employees on the network. They don't need to see all that, right? Your trade secret should be password protected, and you should restrict access both internally and externally on a need to know basis. Who needs to know, right? Don't tell everybody, right? Keep your secret secret. One of the things I want to mention is sometimes small businesses do conferences or tech presentations or tech contests, right? And sometimes you do speeches, and you may be tempted to disclose something that you're working on. Now, bigger companies have lawyers who vet the material to make sure they're not giving away trade secrets or material that you may potentially patent, but smaller businesses don't know that. So you really want to think about when you're doing a presentation or a conference or even a paper, what are you disclosing? Is it a trade secret? Is it something that could possibly lead to a patent? We'll talk about that in a minute. Are you possibly disclosing your trade secret in a way that you'll lose your legal rights? So you want to think about what you're disclosing. Sometimes you can go far, but not too far, right? Where you're keeping your secret secret. So keep the information secret. Use confidentiality secrets before you share the information. Before, right? A confidentiality agreement also is only as good as the goodwill and the honesty of the company that who's signing it. It's just a piece of paper, right? If they don't want to keep it secret, they're not gonna. So you really want to think about who am I doing business with? More than the piece of paper. That'll ensure that it stays confidential. And share on a need to know basis only. Don't tell everybody, don't have it open on your network, keep them password protected. Put trade secret on actual documents if they are trade secrets. Think about what you're doing in public presentations, right? Think about it. If you need help, if you're not sure, you can always reach out to an attorney or contact, some of the small business development centers. All right, patents. We're not going to go super deep into patents here, but I just want to give you a little information about patents. What is a patent? Now, a patent is unusual. We've talked about copyrights and trademarks and trade secrets. And with those, the holder has exclusive rights, and you really, you're the only person who can do something. Patents, it's a little interesting. I mean, it's in the Constitution, right? It's an exclusive right to stop other people from doing it. It's a little different. You're the only one who can stop other people. Unusual, but that's how patents are. So it's an exclusive right given by the federal government, patents are federal, to exclude others from making, using, offering for sale, or selling an invention or discovery in the US or importing it into the US. So you can stop other people, right? So here are some examples of patents. Engines, Google's artificial intelligence, computer chips, right? Smartphones, right? Apple versus Samsung. Remember that? I don't know if all you were watching all the litigation that happened between those two. That was mostly patent litigation, right? And they spent millions and millions and multi-millions of dollars in that litigation. Manufacturing methods or procedures. You can even patent certain design features, right? So these are examples of patents. So what can be patented? In any new and useful process or machine or an article of manufacture, a composition of matter, or any new or useful improvement to those things. So new is not already patented, not existing, and useful, it's a very low threshold, right? Something new, something useful. There are three types of patents: utility, design, and plant. You see their utility are machines, things from the manufacturing process, methods, procedures, compositions of matter, or an improvement to the above. Let me speak on the improvement to the above. There is a concept called freedom to operate, and that means your continued ability to use your patented invention to expand out. Other competitors, other people can make an improvement. So here's your patent, here's the improvement. They're allowed to make the improvement, but they can't commercialize it or sell it or use it unless they have permission from you to use the underlying patent. However, what this does is block you from improving into this area, right? So the freedom to operate means you are continuously looking at the landscape and maybe filing additional patents and protecting your ability to go out and improve and innovate on your patent. If you do not, people could block you, kind of like checkers and chess, right? So that's money and time. And that's something, if your patent is important enough, you have to invest to make sure you can't be blocked. Sometimes there's agreements between these two, but if you want the freedom to expand out without being blocked, you need to spend the time to invest, improve invention. And so the ability to go out and continue to grow and innovate without being blocked. The time frame these patents last are between 15 to 20 years, depending on the time of patent. And there's also something called a provisional patent application. Often that's used to get investment. It extends the time, the legal length of time that you get if you ultimately file a patent application. So a provisional patent application only lasts for a year. By the end of that year, you have to file a full-on regular or non-provisional patent application. If you don't, that provisional just goes away like it never existed, okay? And so the key is, if you're filing a provisional, are you planning to file a non-provisional? There's some strategies there that you can do, but it doesn't create patent rights. The only way it creates rights is if you file a regular patent application and it gets approved, then it adds time on to the length of your patent. That's basically what it does, right? So if you want to discuss that more, please feel free to contact me afterwards. Watching my time here. So patent takeaways. Patents are about secrecy until the patents are filed. Again, with the public presentations, with the conventions, with the contest, innovation contest, with the papers, you need to think about what you're disclosing. One of the reasons you need to think about it for patents here, if you sell a product with the invention underlying, it starts a time clock running. So if you come up with a new innovative method or discovery and you sell a product with it, you've got 1 year to file the patent application or your rights are lost. And similarly, if you do a public disclosure of that in a way that it really is a true public disclosure, you've got a 1 year time frame to file your patent application. So sales of products and public disclosures start a time clock, right? And you've got to file your patents. Patents can be expensive. They can be. There's some assistance with some government help, and you can reach out to me if you want to know about that. But they can be very expensive. Use non-disclosure agreements. Keep the information secret. Do your best to keep it secret so that you don't have this time clock running, right? And it also shows that you care about your invention. Patents don't last forever. They have limited time frames. You need to plan for when they end, right? Do you need to improve it? Do you need to make a new product? Do you have to replace that? You know that your competitors and others are going to be able to use your inventions once they're over. What are you going to do? How are you planning for that sunset time? That's good for small businesses to think about. All right, there's a lot of stuff listed here, and I'm going to try to go over it pretty quick, but these are things that you really need to think about as a small business. Not all these, but I want to raise them to you because there are questions that we get sometimes at the Small Business Development Center, or that I get for my private clients, and I just want to put them out here for you. So when you're creating an entity, right, very often the founders have created IP. The one founder may have already come up with the invention, right? May already be copyright created software or materials, and then you're out looking for investors and looking, to create an entity. Once you create that entity doesn't have anything. It's like a newborn baby. That entity doesn't have IP. So very often founders who are making IP before the entity exists, they enter into something called a founders agreement that makes a promise to put that IP into the entity. Because once you create the entity can't force the founders to put that IP in. There's got to be some agreement among them, right? And an entity, same along those lines, an entity just can't use IP created by founders. The entity doesn't have a legal right? The founders are separate from the entity. So you want to have those agreements, right? And also investment, investors are going to want to make sure that the entity owns or has the right to use that IP. So it's called chain of title. If you can fix that chain of title, put the IP into the entity, or have the proper licenses, you're going to make the investors feel a lot better. And you may be contributing your IP to the entity in exchange for your stock or your ownership interest. So think about if you have anything created, IP, before you create your entity, you have to address how that entity is going to own it or use it, okay? Going forward, thinking about your IP as a business asset, right, and valuing it. You may not have money right at the beginning to value, but if your corporation or your LLC or your sole proprietorship is starting to make a lot of money, is that money based on the IP value? Do you need to know that and have that on your taxes, or is there tax treatment of your IP? Are you valuing your IP so you can protect it properly? Doing some due diligence, right? If you're buying a business, if you're selling a business, the buyer may want to make sure that you own all the IP that you're saying you own. And as a buyer, you should make sure that the entity owns all the IP it says it owns, if that's the value for you in buying the business. I put tax treatment on there, you talk to your CPA about that. Very often in contracts, if you're using somebody else's IP, or if they're creating IP for you, there's sections in contracts about IP, sections promising that you own, or you're not using somebody else's work, and you're making legal promises that you own. There's liability if you breach those promises, and there's also licensing, right? You're not necessarily owning it, but you're getting the right to use, okay? So contracts address IP. IP and bankruptcy, we're going to skip that. I don't think we need to talk about that today, but it's just that if somebody goes bankrupt and you're using some software of theirs, you can continue to use what you had, and there's some protections in bankruptcy. Board management, employee training, I just want to mention this because very often board and management have no idea about IP. Their employees are creating all kinds of IP, and the employees don't know they're creating it. And so they don't let the company know, and sometimes they lose their rights because they're disclosing it, or they're not properly commercializing it or exploiting it. The management doesn't know the employees are creating IP. So you want to make sure that your employees know when they're creating IP to let the company know, right? Also, your directors and officers may have fiduciary duties to the shareholders, right? So if you're letting IP, if you're not properly protecting it, and it's going into the public domain, or other people are using it, you don't have the right protections in your contract. As a board or as an officer, have you breached your fiduciary duty to your shareholders? Oh my, people haven't thought about that. So this is not a scare tactic. It's just IP is valuable, right? Think about your company IP, the IP that you have or you're creating or you're thinking about creating. It's important. You should protect your rights in it. You should respect the rights of others. And as management and staff, you should know that you may have some duties to protect the company's IP. All right, so IP infringement, I just want to touch on this. It's violating the IP rights of others. IP claims and lawsuits are very expensive, very, very expensive. A patent lawsuit can cost $1 million to get to trial, and that's at a minimum. Very time consuming. It takes your eye off the business. You may have to fly to another state to do a deposition or to attend a hearing, and there's costs in that, right? The airline, the hotel, hiring the lawyers, it's very stressful for a small business. If you're trying to spend your time and money on making revenue and you've got to address this lawsuit in the middle, it could just be very time consuming. And IP infringement often isn't covered by insurance, so it could just kill your business, right? Kill your business. Don't do it. Take the time to learn about IP so that you don't step on anybody else's rights, so that you know what to do if somebody's stepping on your own rights, and you can relax and you can pursue your business without worrying about litigation. Okay. So I just want to touch on SBIR and STTR, just touching on it just a tiny little bit. You can follow up with this with me later. So SBIR stands for Small Business Innovation Research, and STTR stands for Small Business Technology Transfer. What are these programs? They're mainly to stimulate innovation to help the government solve problems or reach certain goals, right? So it's funding, it's seed funding, and it's focused on research and development. This isn't money for you to run your business or operate your business, right? It's not for that. It's really to research and develop solutions, right? And there's an incentive to profit via commercialization for these. So there's different phases. And in the first phase, I wrote down, there's the award is usually about $50,000 to $250,000 for the first phase, and that's for coming up, developing the innovation, developing the technology. And then the second phase, I think that's the prototype phase, where there's 500 to 1.5 million. Correct me if I'm wrong, anyone here listening. And then the third phase is really you commercializing it. But these are seed funding, right? It's not to run your business, it's to help you come up and be innovative and create solutions that can be used by government. There are competitive award-based programs. There are requirements on eligibility, on, it has to be domestic companies, US owned, US based companies. Like I said, there's different levels of award amounts, and they help lead for tech transfer. Specifically with the STTR, that one is a partnership really between a for-profit business and some type of research institution, be it a university. It's usually a nonprofit, right? So there's very particular rules and guides for doing these programs. I encourage you, you'll hear more about it today, but I encourage you to see if you can participate in these programs, because you're helping government, but you're also helping yourself. These are really, really great programs, and that can really help your business to get started through the seed funding. Okay. I think, I'm not sure if we have any time left. I know we started a little bit early, but let me just conclude here that intellectual property is pretty much in every single thing we do. Every business has IP, even the smallest business. You may have IP that's not that valuable to you. You may have IP that's very valuable and you just didn't know it was IP. So it can be a valuable asset. It can be listed as an asset on your company books. If you sell your business, your IP could drive that sale price. It can create revenue streams for your small business, but litigation can be expensive and very consuming. So what are the key takeaways here? You really have to understand what IP is in order to decide if it's valuable for you or whether you want to exploit it. You need to train the employees and yourself. So management, directors and officers, you're looking at the long term of this. If depending how big you are and depending on what kind of IP you have, you can have an IP committee. It could be 1 or 2 people, and you're constantly looking at your IP on a periodic basis. Do we have new trademarks? Do we need to put TM on some of the stuff? Do we need to register them? Do we have trade secrets? Did someone come up with something? Maybe we need to protect it. Are we creating patentable inventions? Maybe we need to have our inventors create a patent logbook and track how they created the invention so that we know we own it. Do we need to make decisions on IP that's becoming invaluable? Patents are ending. We're not using that trademark anymore. We don't need to renew it. Watching what you've got. Make sure that your management understands it so they can see in the future. Make sure your employees are trained. That's so important, because the employees create IP, but they're also usually the source of liability because they don't understand that they can't just use other people's IP. So you can do some basic training. There's YouTube videos. You can have a 1-day training. It can be so cheap and easy to train yourself. Periodically look and see what IP you have. Do you have new IP? this is not a big, long and drawn out thing. It's very easy, right? Protect your company's IP rights, right? It's important to know what you have so you can protect it. Respect the IP rights of others. You don't want to get into litigation, and it's fair. You want people to treat you the way you want to be treated. So respect the IP rights of others. When you are able to, when you can afford it, seek professional help. There are some programs, pro bono and low cost programs to protect IP. I'd be more than happy to give you some of those. But when you can get to the point of using professional help and you need it, use it. And take advantage of the federal government programs. The government needs you, they need innovation, and this is a great way to help your business at the same time. So please take advantage of these programs, okay? Here are some resources for copyright. Copyright Office is at copyright.gov. They have great informational guides called circulars. They're short 1 to 2, no more than 3-page guides that go through what is a copyright, what is registration, really detailing what is a work for hire, right? How do you protect software? All kinds of great information there. The Federal Trademark Office is at USPTO, United States Patent and Trademark Office. That's where you file a patent or you register your trademark. So they have, they also have tutorials and guides for small business there. Great videos. I would take a look at that site. Trade secret, there's state and federal law. If you need any resources, I'd be happy to send it to you. International, check out WIPO for IP. Domains, check out ICANN. And California law, if you just want to look up California law, there's a link for California law. Keep in mind, copyright is federal law only. We don't really have state copyright law. Patent is federal only, right? Trade secret, there's federal law and state law. And trademark, there's federal law and state law. So copyright and patent, federal only, okay? So protect your IP, know what it is. Please protect your employees, train your employees, pardon me, train management and staff, and work with government. It's a great relationship there. I think we're at 10:05. You may have a few minutes for any questions.
You have several questions from the
okay.
in the Q&A session. So I'd like to go over the first one. The question from Flor is, my business is in Mexico, but I live in California and I am bringing my product to Chicago next month. Will this work for my type of business?
Well, if you're selling goods or services in the US, yes, you can still get, and it depends on what type of protection you're talking about, right? So does your product have a brand name, and are you selling it in the US? You can protect it under trademark law in the US. Does your product have innovation? You may be able to get a patent for it. So it really depends on what the product is, right? Whether are you just selling it in that state, or are you going to be selling it nationwide, right? Where are you going to be selling it? So some of it turns on where you're going to be selling it and what you're going to be selling. Are you distributing marketing materials? So marketing materials may be protected by copyright, right? Brand names are protected by trademark law, right? And they're geographic. So we may need to look on where you're selling it. And is it innovative, is it protected by patent? You may need to, or you may want to cover it by patent. If you're having an innovative secret way of marketing in the US, that may be a trade secret, right? So it really depends on what it is you're selling and what you're doing. And so piggybacking on that, important not to just consider one area of IP. When you have a product or service, you should go down the list and think about all four. For example, a graphic image, that may be protected by copyright law, but if it serves as your brand, as a logo, it could be protected by trademark. So one thing could be protected by 2 areas of law. For that question, it really depends on what you're doing. You should look at all 4 and see if they apply. And yes, you can get protection here.
Okay, the next question asks, it starts off with same for fiction and nonfiction. Wow.
Yes. So I can't see the question, so I'm relying on you.
I know. Let me find it again. It scrolled. Okay. Do you need to register it with federal government as added protection?
Okay, so I'm assuming it's a copyright protected work. Registration is optional. I think it depends on the value of the work, right? I asked myself, if somebody copied that work, would you immediately want to call a lawyer and take a legal step? And second, does it create money for you? Is there value to it? If it's a marketing flyer that you're going to use one day, why register that? Because registration is about $55. Why register it for one day? Unless that marketing flyer is bringing so much money and you had such a great response, why register it, right? Certain things on the web, I think you do need to think about. If you have a picture or a software program that's constantly being bought on the web, there's ways to register software that you don't give away the trade secrets in it. But I think it depends on two things. What's the value to you? How long you're going to use it? Is it worth exploiting? Very important products that are protected by copyright law, absolutely, I would recommend registering them. Your lawyers will thank you when it's time for a lawsuit because there's extra monetary gains that you can get from having a registration. But it also helps to prove who created it. It gives you a presumption that you created it. So deciding to register copyright protected works, the value of it, how long you're going to use it, and does it provide commercial revenue to you? Is it important enough that you would call a lawyer if you want to stop somebody else from stepping on your rights?
So Linda has a follow-up question for you. Can you use a song title and composer's name in a work of fiction or nonfiction?
Oh, that's hard. So copyright normally does not protect titles, right? So like it's one simple title of a book, copyright law does not protect that. If it's a series, then you can get a protection, but just one simple title. A person's name, you cannot really copyright a name. Copyright does not protect short words or phrases. But the other thing about a person's name is you want to be careful on right of publicity and right of privacy law, right? If you're using somebody's name or image or likeness to market or promote a commercial product or service, you really need that person's permission or you could be looking at liability. So it kind of depends on the context of how you're using it. If you're just doing a non-fictional work and you're having a discussion and you're mentioning somebody in a non-fictional way, it might be okay, but if you're using it to market or promote a product or service, you may be running into privacy and right of publicity laws. So you need to be careful.
So Mary asks, how about photos employees take for our social media platform?
Right, so if the employee is taking the photo as part of their job, then the employer owns the photo. If the photo is a very valuable photo that people constantly click on and it's driving revenue, you may want to register it. If those photos have pictures of people, their name, their image, their likeness, and you're using that photo to market and promote your goods and services, you probably need to get permission from those people, right? And you'll want to. There's lots of lawsuits where somebody's taken a picture of someone and it's used to market a product or service. I actually mediated a case where someone got a stock photo and had a person's picture in it, and they thought they got permission from the stock photo company. They did for the picture, but they didn't get the name, image, and likeness permission from the person in it. And they put it on a box for a DVD. Oh my goodness, right? So that person sued under right of privacy, right of publicity law, not copyright law, right? So it just depends how you're using it. Employees, definitely, you need to teach them about photos, and you should know what photos they're taking so you can decide if you want to register them or not.
So Gina asks, if you're playing a radio in your restaurant, do you have a legal issue like copyright, royalty, or whatever?
Absolutely. So music is protected by copyright law. There are performance right societies. So remember, one of the exclusive right you have is the right to perform. Remember that one? So, and publicly display, right? Publicly perform. So companies like ASCAP and BMI, what they do is they go out and assess public performances of music and other works and make sure that people who publicly perform their clients' works are paying them a royalty. So if you use music in a restaurant, more than likely, sooner or later, ASCAP or BMI, and there's another entity called CZAC, will come around and say, knock, knock, we don't think you have a license to use the music. Now, how do they know their artists are being played over the radio? They don't, right? Unless they're sitting there listening. And they ASCAP and BMI really have a bulk of the writers market. So they have something called a blanket license, which allows you to use their music. And I'm not exactly sure how much it costs, but it allows you to use their music in your restaurants. So ASCAP and BMI actively go into bars and restaurants and some public places to see if music is being publicly performed, and then they check to see if you have a performance license. So that's their job. They're checking the radio, they're checking clubs, they're checking places where music is being publicly performed to make sure it's properly licensed. So yes, sooner or later, if you're playing music belonging to others at a restaurant, you might get a letter or a notice and saying, hey, you have to pay a license. Yes, that's a public performance right under copyright law.
Okay. Maria asks, are NDAs valid in California?
Well, yes. I mean, look, a contract, NDA is a contract, right? Contracts are usually determined by state law. So yes, if two parties have agreed to perform the terms of agreement, it's just like any other contract, right? Depending how you draft it, though, if you put in things that make it unenforceable, that'll be just like any other contract. But yes, NDA is enforceable in California. I would say, though, that you need to look at the choice of law section in an NDA. Often at the end of the NDA, they'll say, this contract will be interpreted under the substantive and procedural laws of the state of X, right? And if it's California, then you'll know that'll be California law determining that NDA, that contract law. It could be the law of another state. So you could have a lawsuit brought in California, and the California court has to look at Illinois contract law. And there's some little twists and turns there, whether you can enforce that, whether that'll really happen. But for the most part, the parties are agreeing what state contract law is going to govern this contract, right? So yes, are they enforceable? Yes, as long as they have the basic elements of any other contract, they're enforceable. But the real question is, what contract law is going to enforce this or interpret it? And that the parties sometimes put in the back because it differs. New York law could be completely different. Contract law can be different than California, right? New York NDA cases can be different than California. So that's very important for you to determine what law is going to govern that contract.
Erica, we've had a couple of people ask to put those web links back up again. Can you scroll back?
Sure, absolutely. Absolutely. So the Copyright Office is where you register your copyright protected works. And like I said, they have circulars, great, very short guides on how to register, what are the filing fees, everything. You know, if you're a photographer and you're taking 1 million pictures, you don't want to pay $55 for each picture. So they have ways of registering compilations, right? Music, artwork, we have everything there that you can read on. Keep in mind, remember, federal government is different from states as far as trademark registration. In California, if you wanted a California trademark registration, you would do that at the Secretary of State. And one other thing I want to mention for federal, if you wanted to register a federal trademark, or if you wanted to file for a federal trademark registration, there are 2 different applications. One is called a 1A, which means I'm actively using it, usually actively selling across, I don't want to say across state lines, but in a way that I'm going to say affects 2 states. I'm shipping into another state, I have customers in another state, I'm shipping or selling across state lines, right? But there's another application called a 1B, that's an intent to use, and that means I haven't actively started selling in a way that touches 2 states, but I'm going to be doing that in the very near future. That's a way for you to, if you're going to do a marketing splash and it's going to take a month before you roll out the product, well, you haven't actively used the trademark yet. But you can file a 1B application, and that kind of is a placeholder till you actually start actively selling in or affecting 2 states. And that gets your trademark on the federal database. And you can get extensions. So if you for some reason you don't roll it out right away and you have a good faith to do it, you can get these 6 months extensions. You can get 5 of them. So you can get your trademark in and known in the database before you actually meet all the requirements. But then anybody who files after you, they have to wait and see how your application turns out. So it's a good way to just kind of make a placeholder for your federal trademark rights. Very good way of doing it. Any other questions?
Well, the last thing was they were asking for your point of contact information.
Oh, well, here you go. There's my contact information. I'm in Encino. I work remotely and I work with small businesses because I understand we have COVID-19, right? So a lot of law firms are used to working remotely. And I try to cater my practice towards small and micro businesses, both legal services and education, just if you need information, which seems to be the biggest, one of the biggest things is just getting the information across.
Well, my goodness, thank you so very much, Erica, for all of your time. And
thank you.
So informative and very important for business owners and inventors. I especially want to thank you because I heard that you were on vacation and you came in to speak with us.
I am. Well, you know, this is a good way of letting you know how to be innovative. So I'm doing this presentation remotely. My law firm is kind of remote. I guess I'm going to be honest here. I do have an office, but I also do things out of my RV, and I do legal work out of my RV, and I'm actually at the beach. Let me see if I can turn and see if you guys can see the camera. Can you see the beach?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So so as far as being innovative, your business can be innovative on how you offer the services, whether bricks and mortars or remotely, right? So you do have to make sure you have the technologies. I had an issue here before so that you can do this, but I'm able to service clients at night. So that's one of the ways I'm innovative. I like to work with clients who can only talk from 6 to 10, and they expect communications at night so that they don't have to take away anything from their business day. And we work remotely to help save time and money, right? So they don't have to come to the office. So as I'm innovative in my firm, you can be innovative in your business too.
Again,
thank you so much for letting me speak to the group. Best of luck to your businesses.
And you do have some follow-on questions that were part of the original questions. So if you have an opportunity later on to review those and respond online, that would be very helpful for those people.
Absolutely. And there's my email in case anyone wants to email me a question.
Next, we have 3 dynamic speakers who will share their experiences with you about working with the government. Again, there will be time for Q&A at the end. Use the Zoom Q&A feature as before. Our speakers today are Ray Edwards, Stacey Anfuso, and Terrisa Duenas. Ray Edwards is the founder and CEO of PackTech, a company that sells designer gym bags that are self-deodorizing and self-sanitizing to reduce odor and sweat. Stacey Anfuso is an industry-recognized entrepreneur and accomplished scientist and cybersecurity engineer. Stacey is the founder, president, and CEO of La Jolla Logic, Inc., a cybersecurity and advanced technology engineering firm supporting the U.S. Department of Defense. And Dr. Terrisa Duenas is an advisor, consultant, and executive for startups, business units, and organizations in aerospace, medical devices, and global relief. Terrisa is currently a CXO for an angel investor group's portfolio of emerging nanotechnology companies. She's taken the helm as CEO of their most high-growth startup, NanoArmor, to scale it for hypersonic applications. First up will be Mr. Ray Edwards.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, quite well.
Hi, Cheryl. Great to see you again, and I'm excited to be a part of the event today. These are always fun and informative, and most importantly, educational, even for me as one of the fellow founders and entrepreneurs. So excited to be here. So I'm going to take a stab at presenting on my screen. Is that okay? Great. Okay, can you all see my screen, Cheryl?
Yes, I can see it just fine.
Okay, perfect, excellent. So I will kick off. I think I have 30 minutes to kind of hang out and talk about sort of our journey as entrepreneurs and as a company. And I thought what I would do for this audience of already smart and successful entrepreneurs is not do a technical presentation, but really to do an informal sort of information sharing session if I can. And so what I've done here is I'll start with my story and introduce who I am. Um, in fact, to start with who I am, I've spent most of my career in entertainment, sports, and technology companies, and most of them have been early stage ventures that have gone from idea to IPO in 2 cases within the span of 6 to 8 years. And so I'm used to working in environments where crazy founders and ideas come together and require a lot of resources to launch and to grow. And so I'm always excited to be a part of what the guys at Matter Labs, Bryan and Eric, are up to, and sharing our story is part of what I've seen work for companies that go from 0 to 60, in some cases really quickly, but in other cases, companies that may take 10 to 15 years to mature and to grow, but have very compelling products in the marketplace. So I've put together my top 10s, and essentially these are the 10 things that I've seen consistently work in every company I've been a part of, every venture that I've helped to finance, to go from 0 to 60. And I talk a lot about our story at PureTech. So I'll share with you guys, I'm the founder and CEO of a now Las Vegas-based company called PureTech, and we specialize in purification of places like hotel rooms and the homes, and sports teams are using our technology to help reopen to prevent the transmission of microbes. And obviously with this happening and COVID being a big deal, as you guys can imagine, it's been a very important year for our business. And so as I thought about what to share with you guys in my top 10s, I thought I'd start with just our own journey, right? And sort of how we got to where we are as a business. And that story really begins in 2014, where I was CFO of a company that was in the social media agency space, and I decided one morning that I wanted to build something new to solve a big problem in the marketplace, and had no idea what problem that would be, but just knew I had the drive and the desire to become an entrepreneur and build a very successful company, build team culture, and offer the world a product that would help change people's lives daily. And that was back in 2014. So I wake up, I take the 150K of savings that I have in the bank and decide I'm going to do the safest thing I can do with investing my money and launch a tech startup and go into the market with this new solution. And so 2016, we head over to China. We start looking for parts and doing engineering and R&D, and quickly realized that in order to get to launch, well, you could build something great and you can launch technologies and innovation, but unless you have a market that's ready to adopt it, you're not really in business. You just have a very expensive hobby. And so at that point, we decided to use Kickstarter to launch our first line of products and our technologies as an antimicrobial solution, and quickly realized that if you get to Kickstarter, you still need people and bodies to do things in Kickstarter and launch your product. So we were very lucky in that we had a team of 4 founders that all had very great backgrounds. Some of them had marketing, product development in one case. One gentleman had creative and production experience that could do great video and storytelling. And I was generally the idea business guy and visionary leader of that. And so we were successful. We launched Kickstarter, raised $225,000, and then realized, well, how do we now take what we've sold and pre-sold and actually get it to market, right? And so the next hurdle was figuring out ways to actually deliver on the promise of products we had pre-sold and were just engineering. So to make a long story short, 2 years later, we started getting calls from all kinds of places to order our products, from retailers like the Costco's to sports teams, and a number of big customers, and we're out of money. And so the 10 things I'm going to share with you basically are, what do you do in an environment where you've got a small business and you may be interested in going into the DoD and winning either an SBIR or winning DoD contracts, or maybe if you're not focused on the DoD, how do you take your idea, your product, your business when you're very small and nascent and get it into the market and become a really big, successful venture? So number one, I always start with, before you go into launching anything, you want to kind of figure out what's your outcome, right? Why are you inventing whatever it is you're making? And most importantly, mastering the problem that you're solving with your product or your solution or your service. I talk to a lot of folks, and we've actually gone through the SBIR process on 2 cycles. We did win a phase 1 SBIR actually about a year ago. And as part of that, what I realized and learned from that experience is that when you're going out for contracts or selling any product, you kind of want to figure out in the beginning, like, what happens if I win the order? Or what if I do get the phase 2 SBIR contract? Or if the customer says yes, what happens next in the business? So without going deep into the technicals of how this works for your business, I always encourage other founders and entrepreneurs to really think through what the world looks like when your solution's at full scale in the marketplace. And then the second step to that is really determining, after you've set the vision and understand your mission, what's the cost? What's it going to cost for you to get your product, your solution to market? And most people, like myself, underestimate the time that it takes to launch technologies or to grow your business or your service offering, the people that are necessary to do that. But most importantly, I'd say 8 out of 10 entrepreneurs, like myself in the beginning, underestimate how much money is required or capital to grow, develop, and launch your solution, right? And as a follow-up to this session today, I'm going to share my contact info with the team so that you can reach out to me if you have trouble in any of these 3 principal areas. And I would say most companies or ideas that don't become successful ventures fail in one of these 3 things principally. So I'm always excited to help fellow entrepreneurs figure out how to maximize and assess what the cost of launching your business will be measured in time, people, and money. The third thing that I encourage people to do is, most importantly, once you figure out your mission, determine how much time you need in capital to launch your business, find your A team and find them fast. I would say that the most critical success factor for our company in years 1 through 3 were the people that we had in the business. And I'll share with you, typically people think that, okay, to get my business to that next phase of growth, whatever that is, I need experts on payroll in every discipline we need to cover our business. And that's not necessarily the case. You'll find that, especially in this environment where we have a lot of unemployed individuals that are highly skilled due to COVID and the pandemic's impact, there are a lot of people that are willing to be fractional help, part-time help, or to work toward the vision for some upside in the business. So don't be afraid of going out and asking people to participate in the growth and the building of your business before you have cash. And those people we call founders, right? If they're a little later stage folks and they're not in the beginning, there are a ton of people that are willing to be advisors to help you grow your business without sitting at a desk and working on it 60 hours a week. So again, there are resources here. If you guys are having trouble with finding people to help support your business, feel free to reach out to me, and I'm happy to help connect people with other qualified, skilled individuals. The fourth thing I talk about a lot as well is, now you've got your team in place, you have your idea, your mission, you know what you need cost-wise to build it. Well, before you launch that thing and go hot and heavy, you may want to determine if the market needs what you have and who the other solutions are in the market that serve your exact customer, right? And I think with the DoD, this is a really great point. The DoD process in SBIR is very labor intensive. Writing proposals is not a quick ordeal. And so what I find is that many companies like us in the beginning are pitching against opportunities that may be serviced by other more established players in the marketplace. And I love Erica's session earlier where she talks about IP strategy and how to protect your ideas. It is very difficult in an environment where everyone is an entrepreneur in their spare time. We live in a Shark Tank world where everyone's creating things in the garage. Really important to understand that before you invest a lot of resources in your thing, or your idea, your vision, have someone that maybe is a market intelligence expert or someone who's even an MBA at a business school that can help you do a market assessment to determine where your white spaces are, right? And we got lucky at PureTech. We invented a solution for purifying rooms before COVID hit. And so we looked like geniuses when COVID hit, whereas a year ago, people thought we were nuts and crazy because they didn't think the market existed. So also, don't be afraid to be innovative and crazy when you're looking at the market. Now, this is the obvious elephant in the room. Most people get to stage 5 and they say, okay, I've figured out my market, got my people, I know what I need, I figured out the cost and I'm willing to commit, but how do I get the money in the bank? Where do I find it? What do we do, right? And this is typically where I encourage entrepreneurs to think about your corporate structure, your company structure. And Erica did a great job summarizing the different ways and structures of companies. What I see a lot of entrepreneurs do is they will form an LLC or a C Corp, an S Corp, a partnership before they have worked out the model, the team, and the outcome for the business. And that's numero uno mistake when it comes to things that you don't want to build and own forever, right? Now, if you want to be in your business for 3 generations and make it a family company, you can get away with changing corporate formation. There's some tax implications and challenges with that. But if you're going to use someone else's money to help grow your business, corporate formation is key, and you don't want to really invest in that until you figured out the first 4 steps. Now, I put grant writing here because what I find is that a lot of folks look at SBIR, STTR, and DoD contracts as a potential funding source for the business. And they are great opportunities to bring liquidity into your business where you don't have to sell stock or take on debt to do it if you win those contracts. The other side of that, though, is they take a long time. The lead times can be very long. And so what I encourage people to do is bring in expert grant writers that will help support the development of your proposals, your SBIR pitches, and your submissions, because you want someone who's navigated NSF agreements, STTRs, and SBIRs in the past to help strengthen your proposal, given that there's a long time scale in getting those. Now, obviously, there's great leverage in that if you win contracts, especially phase 2 for SBIR specifically. There are investors and lenders that will lend against those opportunities or even invest based on the support of the contract. But use grants as a second tier funding source, I would say, and have your corporate formation and your financing already in place to help you weather through the lead times and government opportunities. Now, debt, clearly that's an easily understandable source of capital, probably one of the more nuanced and challenging sources, because you've got to have either some level of credit if you're a small business, or if you're an established C Corp or bigger mid-stage company, you're going to go after venture debt or some form of corporate structured capital. I'm not going to dive deep into this here, but after this call, if any of you have interest in understanding how you can pursue debt options, as a founder that has 99% of his company right now, and we've raised over $2 million for Pure Tech, and we'll finish a $7 million round in this round, but it's the first time we're offering stock, and the first $500,000 was all debt to launch the business. So folks will tell you in the beginning, debt may not be a possibility, but I like debt when you don't yet know what your company's worth and don't want to give away half the business before you grow the business, right? So there's some advantages and some pitfalls with debt we can talk about offline, but stock is the one that we hear about the most. In the Shark Tank world that we live in, folks think that they'll sell half the company or a third of the company for a really big valuation, right, and raise capital. The challenge is I see a disparate disconnect in the market between what the company's worth to founders and what it's worth to investors. So use stock sparingly in the beginning. If you're a small company, I'd say keep 100% of your stock, leverage as much as you can on the debt side, and get grants as a secondary source of funding, and you'll be in the best position to grow and control your business, which you give up if you sell stock. Number 6, systems. There are a number of systems that are off the shelf to help you with your business and growing it, but whatever you use, please use something early on in your business, right? We use NetSuite for accounting in our back end, but we also use Shopify for some of our consumer products. That's also, I have resources where we can share with you what those systems are depending on what your type of business is, but invest in these early in your business within like the first, call it 18 months, because as you grow, you don't want to figure out how to put in adequate systems to help support the growth of your business when you're rolling and taking customer orders. The 7th thing is communication strategy. I see a lot of companies that haven't quite figured out how to market their business or how to talk about it. And I would just say here quickly that I tend to bring in experts in the discipline or the vertical that our business is in. So if you're a consumer product company, don't be afraid to have someone from a consumer product bigger brand come in and write up a communication plan for you. What platform should you use to talk about your business? Social media is not the right platform for every type of business. If your customers are B2B, you may not want to use LinkedIn or Facebook. You may want to use LinkedIn, right? So I find that many companies struggle with, once they build a great widget, how to talk about it. And so something that we can also help you with is thinking through who should you engage at what stage of your business to put a marketing and communication plan around what it is you do in the marketplace. Number 8, I talk about a lot, and this is why I love the DoD, SBIR, STTR process, and it's because it gives you the ability to tunnel underneath really big incumbent contractors that support the DoD and sell in maybe areas where you have innovation that overlaps, right? And this program allows us to get opportunities to go in and command some contractual budgets for developing new things that wouldn't get seen if we were in front of the same DoD buyer or contract officer that works with Northrop Grumman in our case, right? Or Honeywell, and they kind of compete in our purification space. So I always tell companies in the early stage, don't talk a lot about your IP, your innovation, until you know you have commercial routes. Use SBIR as a way to tunnel underneath and get topics that are specifically relevant to what you do, so that you don't have to be exposed to bigger players that can maybe reverse engineer what it is you do. Now, if you have secret sauce and IP and you're a service-oriented business, you have more advantages than someone that might be in hardware or businesses that focus on making hard goods. But again, I'm happy to share with you methods that we use to stay stealthy so that we win opportunities and come out with bigger market share than we would otherwise. Number 9, this is where Erica comes back into the conversation, and folks that work on the legal side. Once you figured out steps 1 through 8, what we did was brought in great counsel. And your corporate counsel is different than your IP counsel typically. They may have your firm may service both, but they're very different parts of your business. And even things like your tax counsel, right? PureTech was a Irvine-based company until the summer. We moved the business to Nevada. A lot of tax benefits with moving over from California, or from California to Nevada. So I would say keep a very strong bench of lawyers that work in your favor, both on the offense side, meaning strategically helping you build a successful business, but on the defense side, if you're litigated against, if there is an IP infringement case, if there's liability, if you sell products, you want to make sure your insurance coverages are adequate, that your claims and your warranties are adequate, and you're not exposed in the marketplace if something goes wrong with your product or service. So again, I have a ton of great legal resources because I tend to lawyer up in all of my ventures. And when it comes to raising capital, your best friend is going to be your corporate legal team and your M&A team, both in structuring your business for an ultimate sale to get your investors' returns, but also in helping you to work through financing to get those, to get the money in the bank as fast as you can without any complications. And number 10, this is probably the most important top 10 success step that I've seen work in every company I've been a part of, and that's don't forget to Airbnb. Go somewhere every month and breathe in balance. My happy place is Laguna Beach in California. Without Laguna Beach, PureTech would have failed a year ago. Launching things is hard. Growing them is hard. You're going to have challenges and headwinds at every stage of your business. Whatever your happy place is, make that a part of your business model, both for you and for your team. And you'll find that you'll reap dividends and rewards from finding ways to unplug and plug back in as your business grows. Those are my top 10. I hope that they were interesting to you and informative. And certainly this has not been a technical presentation, but I have reams and volumes of resources for those of you that are maybe at the early stages of your business and need them. And happy to share our resource of library. We keep a library of books that we've used to grow and build up PureTech. Happy to also share those with you as well post-call.
Hey, Ray. It's Bryan.
Hey.
Hey, just wanted to follow up with a couple quick questions since we have a few minutes for Q&A. I had a question on, we've been following you along for years. We met years ago, and I've seen you pivot several times over the years. Can you talk about a little bit about maybe some of the decisions that you make, or maybe an entrepreneur, when to pivot, how to pivot? I think that would be really interesting because you guys have had some really strategic pivots over the years.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll start with that's a great point because we've been at the business. PureTech evolved over 4 years and really through 2 different companies. And so the first pivot was what you're going to experience when you're growing anything. And if it requires a team of founders and not something you can do as a sole proprietor, you're going to have a team of people in the beginning of your business that just will look very different as you get through growth stages. So the first major pivot for us was, as former founders that didn't stay with the business evolved onto other opportunities, we had to figure out who was our tribe. Who were those folks that were so dedicated to the mission they'd be willing to do crazy things, pursuit of happiness things to stay in the business, right? So the first pivot was making sure we brought in a tribe of people that no matter how difficult and challenging the business would be, they'd be along for the growth and to help us build it over time. So that was pivot 1. But I think pivot 2 is also something, Bryan, you've seen us go through and you've helped us with, which is as we were innovating technology and going through the product roadmap, we learned that what the market needed from us and what they valued was not what we thought they would value. And so the major second pivot was, well, what do we make? What part of the market would be willing to pay for our products? And how do we let go of the features that the market doesn't value and focus on the things that they're all asking us for? So that's why today, you see PureTech going into hotel rooms now. We just closed a deal with the Four Seasons yesterday to put PureTech in those guest experience rooms to keep bugs out of the room when people are not in the rooms and reduce turnover time. That came out of us really being in front of customers and them telling us, we think those features are cool, but we really need something automated, intelligent to purify our space, right? And so we would pivot our portfolio every time the customer would give us like really big revolutionary changes. So we always encourage fellow entrepreneurs to be very flexible in your product, but be committed to your systems, your team, and your communication strategy. Don't change your why, evolve your products. Those have been our pivots.
So yeah, and congratulations on closing that deal. And that with that, do you think as you pivot, do you think it's a time when you would go back and revisit a lot of these top 10 points, make sure you're still following those things and review a little bit? Is that a good time, or what do you suggest when you're thinking of those things? What would you suggest someone who's never pivoted before?
Yeah, absolutely. So these 10 top 10s will live with the business for the life of the business. And as the business goes through its own changes and growth, each one of them will have different dynamics, but they'll remain consistently important. And so I say that meaning that if you take counting the cost, for example, number 2, if you're designing your business to be a very small mom and pop business where you want to control and own it for 3 generations, then the time that it takes to get to your growth hurdles, the people involved in the business, and how much financing you need will be very different than if you were looking for a venture-backed exit opportunity like an Uber, where your people, time, and money are going to change rapidly, and every 4 months you're rebuilding the business, right? And so I encourage people to keep the 10s close at hand and not be afraid to challenge any of them, because the market will tell you what they need from your business, and your 10s will need to match and support what the market needs from you if you want to grow a really successful large organization, right? These are things that it's almost like our 10 commandments for the venture space, if you will.
It's a great way to think about it. I got one more question. There's a question. Linda's got a question, but Linda, I'm going to save your question for later for Lynn. Lynn's going to cover a lot of that stuff, and I think that would be a great question to have Lynn answer. But I wanted to ask Ray really quick. So when we met early on, when we were watching you start your DoD kind of venture, you started, and in fact, you started at one of Cheryl's events downstairs in this building, and came to an event and exhibited. You got mobbed. Everybody was really interested in the technology and stuff. So just tell me a little bit, or share with it. I know some of it. Share with you a little bit of your SBIR journey and your kind of like, thoughts and process on it. What do you think? You've seen the tag share the cloud tag, when we asked the questions like, how do people feel about engaging with government opportunities? Like, how do you feel maybe then and maybe now? What's your take on it?
Yeah, I went into the SBIR process with rosy vision, thinking that we go in because we had the most innovative product in the world, and some contract officer would see it and just jump out of his chair and run to the office and say, give these guys a phase 2, straight to phase 2. That's not what happened, right? It's a little different. We did win the phase 1 in our first submission, and I would say what's really key to that whole process is that number 3 is the most important of these 10 in the SBIR, and it was for us. Without you guys' help at Matter Labs, we use C5 BDI to help us with writing the proposals, doing the submission, and making sure we check there are many check boxes when you're submitting for SBIR, right? So I would say in hindsight, it was worth the exercise. We didn't win a phase 2, and that was we got a select non-award because COVID hit and they reallocated all the federal budget in the middle of our phase 2 review process. And so we were actually proud of the fact that we got the select, even though we didn't win the award because of reallocation. But that being said, the outcome of the process and going through the writing of that proposal also supported how we raised investor capital, because I used a lot of the same thesis and language to support going out and raising equity financing and debt financing. So whether you win the phase, I think what I tell companies is, if you're going after SBIR or DoD opportunities, don't make the critical success factor whether or not you get the contract or the money, because going through the process will leave you with such a better understanding of how to write your business plan and the elements you need, that you can still leverage those assets for other types of conversations to grow your business. And I would encourage companies that are looking for fast results, quick, immediate financing, and a fast route to market to go after SBIR, because the process is very cumbersome and can be slow. But if you have patience in the business and you have patient capital and you can run the business for 2 years without the grant, without the SBIR funding, it's a great way to win business validation and to understand how to write around your business.
Yeah. So long-term plan versus short-term, right?
Absolutely. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Ray, as always, you're a friend and an inspiration to me. I love hearing you talk. Thank you for coming out today. For everyone who's listening, we'll get out information on Ray's deck, how to get in contact with Ray if you guys have follow-up. I'm sure you guys are very curious about his his technology as well. So we'll put all that stuff in wrap up and make sure you guys have access to Ray as well. So any of the questions that we didn't get to, we'll definitely get to at some point, but just to keep on schedule, we're going to move on to Stacey, who I believe is already queued up and ready to go. Stacey, you on?
Yeah, you should see me. Can you hear me?
There you are. All right, I'm going to let you take it away. I'll drop off and I'll come back and ask you a few questions at the end.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks. Take it away. Bye.
Yeah, all right. So this is great. I'm really happy to be here, and I really appreciate having the opportunity to talk to everyone here and tell you a little bit about my story. And it's great to follow Ray, because Ray's coming at things from a little bit of a different perspective. So you'll get a different view, I think, from where I've come from and what I'm doing. We do a lot of services work. So thanks for making time to hear my story. So my background, La Jolla Logic, just a little bit about my company, and we've done some cyber work too, so I've got some interesting other insights from my experiences as well. But we're a cyber engineering firm, as was mentioned earlier. I started the company in 2011, so we're going on about 10 years. I started the company just for myself. I'm a cyber engineer, got into this industry in about 2001. Before that, I was an oceanographic researcher. So I was at Scripps Institution of Oceanography, seagoing for about 10 years, traveled the world. My education is all in science as a background. I was a deep ocean chemist. I decided I didn't want to go to sea anymore and put my resume out, and I got picked up by a small defense contracting company here in San Diego. And they hired me on as a multi-level security or cross-domain system engineer, which is they're pretty advanced, complex systems that I had to learn as part of that transition and get my security clearance and get started in an industry that I really knew absolutely nothing about. I didn't know the difference between unclass and secret or anything else. So I was learning from the ground up, and that was about 20 years ago. So through my course of development, I started, as I said, as an engineer, and then moved into managing projects and then managing programs. And then I stepped into a role as a vice president of a company here in Sorrento Valley, managing foreign programs for building undersea acoustic technologies for submarines for foreign navies. And I also started a cyber defense division within that company as well. So I worked there for a few years. I had a lot of network. I had a lot of people I knew within the industry by that time. And I decided to go ahead and start my own business. And I started it just for myself, just to be a consultant to some customers in the Navy that wanted access to my knowledge and the work that I had been doing over a lot of years. So I went down that road and started, in my bedroom at my own little desk, formed a little company, picked a name, picked a domain, bought it all, and very informal. I had no intention of growing the company. I had no intention of really ever establishing much. I'm not a business person at all. I'm a science and engineer. So over time, over a couple of years of turning away opportunities when the clients would come to me and say, hey, we need somebody else with your skill set, or we need more help. You have more hours that you can sell. It got to the point where I also started meeting engineers that said, hey, what you're doing is really interesting. It was kind of before cyber was what we know of it today. So over time, I started reaching out, saying, all right, I can train, this person I know, they're pretty smart. They'll fit right in. And over time, I started picking up, one person and another person and another person. So today we're probably around 50 to 60 employees, heavy on the cyber engineering, but we've expanded as well. And I'll talk a little bit about that and where we've gone. So that's sort of my background. And I think it's interesting too, listening to Ray talk about products and his experience. So my company is primarily service, but again, I come from a background of science. And so my interest has been in higher end work and actually developing capabilities. So software and that side of the house. So over time, we've been expanding and have built technology based on the cyber process. So other pieces of software as well, but that's been the one piece that's really exciting to us. And I'll kind of go down that road a little bit here in a bit. But the business is hard. I think what's been a struggle that people from the outside don't always appreciate is that defense contracting, there's no book really written on it. You have to get in and you have to just do it in order to learn it. You have to understand, what does an accounting system need to look like? How do you do cost plus type contracts versus time and materials versus fixed price? what do you have to do to get a clearance? Go down that road. How do you start? It's a chicken and egg problem. You can't apply to get a facility clearance until you've got a contract that requires it, and you can't get a contract that requires it until you've already got the facility security clearance, which is where you can start holding clearances for your employees. So it's a tough one to work around, and how you get your foot just dipped in a little bit to get started. You need to look at insurance, things from general liability, professional liability, certainly employment practices. If you're working out of California, it's a dangerous area to work in those terms. You need to think about partnering and being a prime contractor versus a subcontractor. And how do you get past performance? How do you get anybody to be interested in bringing you on to do a job? You need to have some kind of a skill set, something proven out that your company adds value to a team in order to be asked to join and participate. And then there's all the negotiations of teaming agreements and how you make sure that if you're investing your time as part of a bid as a subcontractor, and if that work gets awarded, how do you make sure you get your funds back? You get actual work out of it. So a lot of that gets factored into teaming agreements. So those are just some of the complexities to think about. And it also occurs to me that one thing I've learned is building a business from the ground up is very different than stepping in and just running somebody else's business. You're basically building the aircraft in flight as you're going along, trying to figure out what you need to do every step of the way. So it's very dynamic and very challenging. Also a little bit different from what Ray was talking about is I've never taken any funds. I'm the 100% owner of the company and the founder, and I've never taken venture capital funds. We have lines of credit in the banks, but we've never used them. So I've grown the company in a way that we were able to fund everything we needed to do internally. We never went after huge contracts that were above and beyond what we could accommodate for making payroll. If you think about, defense contracting in the services side, you have to hire employees and you start the work, you have to start making payroll. So if you're paying people semi-monthly, twice a month, then you've got to lay out a payroll, you've got to lay out another payroll, sometimes even a third payroll before you'll actually start seeing payments come back on your invoices from the government. So you need that funding up front. And I managed to grow the company 1-2 employees at a time, so that once we had a little money in the bank, we could afford to payroll and bank what we needed to pay within the company. So also some of the challenges that we've experienced is in that growth and mentoring people as you bring people on. And I agree, with what Ray and many people have said is it's all about really, really good people. If you have people that are mediocre, that sort of sets the tempo for where you can go with your company. It sets the impression from the outside of your company. So having really good people, both technically that can perform and are independent and meet the standard of your company, as well as having people internally that you can count on, that you can pass tasking off to. There's only so much you can do. And as the company's grown, I've basically worked every position in the company, from being the accountant to being the FSO, just about everything you can think of. And over time, I've had to find people along the way. And that's where fractional people come in and can be really, really helpful. We have our FSO has many clients other than us. So as we grow and we get to a place where we need a full-time person, we can hire that person. But having those fractional people that can give you a few hours here and there help with your budget and keeping the company afloat as well, getting you what you need. We have a great team. So, and my roles continue to change over time, from being very technical to now doing much less technical work, although I still enjoy it. I get most of my technical exposure through writing contracts or writing proposals as we come up with new ideas and things that we want to do or build or work that we want to go after. Thinking about how our capabilities and our past performance from one domain can be applied, twisted a little bit differently and applied to something new. That's kind of what energizes me now, is thinking more strategically at how we continue to grow and continue to expand. So as I mentioned, a lot of our work started with the Navy here in San Diego. And in the last few years, we've made a really strong effort to grow. And so we've got customers now in the U.S. Air Force up in El Segundo and other places within the Air Force. We have customers in DHS, so Department of Homeland Security outside of the DoD. We've got work now with U.S. Space Force, so we're actually building ground systems and things outside of just cyber, but actually looking at applying cyber principles to architectures at the enterprise level and how we leverage the things we've done in a new domain. So our work's continuing to grow as we're doing new and interesting things. And that really energizes me now. So it's important that, you know, you work with your folks and your team, and you stay energized, and that you keep your employees energized as well. They look to you a lot for not just leadership, but also the tempo and the rhythm of the company. Leveraging your network is really important. I sit on the board of the National Defense Industry Association San Diego chapter. I've been involved in the industry events and different organizations throughout pretty much my whole career, going to luncheons and that type of thing. And that's how you meet not only government people that are potential customers, but also potential partners through the industry, both large companies and small companies as well. So getting that exposure is very important, and being able to give back through volunteer efforts within those chapters. So we're an 8A company, women-owned, and 8A, and so 8A has been a really good program for us. It's a 9-year program with the US SBA, and there are contracts that come out as 8A set-asides. So it takes a while to get a pipeline built up. We haven't really reaped the benefits fully yet of that program. We're just now getting to the point where some of that work is starting to come in. But 8A is a program where you need to show that you're economically disadvantaged and socially disadvantaged, that you've had some social disadvantage your whole life. Often there's a lot of minority folks that fall into those categories and can go through the 8A process pretty readily. For me, it was a little different. Women don't necessarily qualify for the social disadvantage piece of it. But if you're able to show anything, whether it's a handicap or any other factor about you that's been socially disadvantaging, and make your case, the SBA will put it in front of the board, and you can petition to be included in the 8A program. So we were successful in being able to do that, and it helps large businesses. When we team a lot with large businesses, they're required to meet certain small business set-aside standards. So whether those are women-owned or service-disabled veteran-owned or hub-zone or 8A, there's different categories. So we meet a few categories of being women-owned and 8A. They can check the box twice for every hour, basically, that we bill and whatever work that we get as a small business. So it's helped us out, and it also helps you get past performance. So as we're moving into new areas and new arenas like U.S. Space Force, partnering with some of these larger companies helps us leverage their capabilities and helps them leverage our capabilities. And then we're also earning that past performance, which will help us to stand on our own and prime those opportunities later in the future. So going back to the small business innovative research and SBIRs, throughout my 20 years working in the DoD, I've worked primarily, actually all small businesses. So before I started this company, I worked for about 4 other small businesses, and we did a lot of SBIR work, and we won a lot of SBIR contracts. They're very competitive. Don't be misled. Proposals aren't that challenging, but it is very, very competitive to get that money. As Ray was talking, I Googled what the budget is for the SBIR program, and I found online for 2019, the SBIR budget for fiscal year 19 was $3.28 billion. And of that, within the DoD, $1.8 billion is part of the program covering all the service branches. STTR, which is the program that requires an academic or other federal entity to partner with you, is much smaller at $453 million. So the SBIR program, if you're able to win those types of contracts, the nice thing is the first phase is often a research and a feasibility assessment phase. It's a very small dollar amount, but it gives you the chance to really flesh out your idea, do research, and think about how you would actually get to the end state for that product. So it gives you a nice way to sort of glide into what it is you want to develop and build. It also gives you the intellectual property ownership. So the SBIR that we're currently working on right now, we were awarded, this is a long process. The topic was a 2013 topic. We were awarded the contract in 2014. There were 2 entities that were awarded the contract. So we had competition at that phase 1 level. We outcompeted the competition and went to the phase 2 for building a prototype. That whole event between the proposal, the topic release in 2013 until the phase 2 work was completed. The first phase 2 we had, and I'll speak to that, was 2017. Year-long project. And one of the things that made it really challenging for us is we were gapped in between. So as we won the phase one, the government said, okay, you know, congratulations, you guys are going to move forward with building the prototype. Now we're going to go to contracting. And that contracting window was probably about 8 months long. So I had senior researchers on staff that I had to find a way to cover financially for that period of time until the next contract was awarded. So there's little things that you have to deal with along the way. The technology that we're building is really, really important. It's artificial intelligence and machine learning technology for anomaly detection. So we're looking at systems of behavior and systems and communication between systems, and looking at building out the system to understand, to watch, and to learn on its own what those systems do normally, so that it can assess when something unusual is starting to happen. So the technology was initially being built for the afloat platforms in the Navy, for the communication networks where people are doing email and communicating with command and control systems and whatnot. So that was our first phase two, was to build a prototype to look at that type of traffic that was IP based. Our second phase two, the technology was picked up by a different organization within the Navy that actually wants to use it for industrial control systems. So to look at systems for navigation on ships and things that do different functions that are more in the industrial control domain rather than communication systems. So we're on a second phase two, modifying that technology to solve that problem. And then we've got a phase three in the pipeline to actually go fully operational and field the technology throughout the Navy. The nice thing is it's artificial intelligence, machine learning, great buzzwords, and cybersecurity. That's part of the anomalies we're looking for. Principally are things that are anomalous behavior that are indicative of nefarious activities. So the nice thing is it transitions well anywhere. We can take it to the power company locally. We can take it potentially to algorithms and sell it into a product like McAfee or Symantec, and it becomes a module that just plugs in. So it's the algorithms really that are the value. We have 2 patents that we've been issued. So again, during this long process, we were able to submit the provisional patent to the USPTO, and then follow it up with a full patent and splitting it into 2 different technology pieces. And those have both come through. So that process alone was probably on the order of 4 years to get that done. So we're well positioned to do a lot with it, and just continuing to move down the road. But we picked a nice topic. And I think that's one thing as you think about the topics that you do pick. I think the latest SBIR, there's a SBIR round that's just come out now. There's many, many, many topics. I try to target the topics that will have some longevity outside of the DoD. So if you're working on a problem that's too specific, it gets harder to translate that and really scale and capitalize on the technology that you're building. So I look for things that have the potential to go big. And again, as I mentioned, they're very competitive. So that's our SBIR experience. It's been great, and we'll continue to write and apply for a lot of SBIRs. You just have to be patient and know that it's just one of the many things that your people will be working on in order to keep them fully covered. So the business overall it's a fascinating place to be as a defense contractor. I feel that not a day goes by that I don't learn something new, whether it's technology-wise, looking at the process of how contracts are being awarded, looking at the terms and conditions that are allowable, looking at new requirements that the government flows out. We get exposure to just such a fascinating set of problems that to me it really is energizing. One of the latest requirements that's coming out that many of you I'm sure are aware of have been all of the cybersecurity compliance regulations that small businesses and all businesses have to deal with. A lot of the larger companies, the Lockheeds and the Northrops, they've got really sound cybersecurity personnel within their companies, and they're able to meet the mandates. The mandates being the NIST 800-171 and now the new CMMC. We do offer a service for small and mid-sized businesses to help them very affordably position to get those controls in place so that the defense industrial base can be compliant as a whole. So that's something that we offer. If anybody needs that, please reach out to me. Again, La Jolla Logic, and I'm Stacey Anfuso, the CEO. But it could be a way that we help and engage with your small businesses, as you will need to be compliant, and you'll need to attest that you're compliant in order to be awarded contracts. So that's sort of the basis for what I had to talk about. You know, bringing it all together. It's important that you're adaptable. You know, be prepared and learn and know how to learn, because there's a lot of learning to do. It takes a lot of hard work, a lot of persistence, but there's a lot of opportunity out there. And you can kind of continue to grow, expand, and morph your business as you go forward. Don't be afraid to take risks and try something new, you know, smart risks, that is. And trust your gut. That's another really important one. One of my favorite sayings from Amelia Earhart, she said that adventure is worthwhile in itself. And when I started this company, I took my daughter and her class to a field trip at the Air and Space Museum, and I saw that, and I bought the coffee mug that it was written on, and I still have it. And I thought, you know, at the time, do I take this chance and this risk and step out and start something on my own like this? And I thought, you know, this is an adventure, and, you know, you live once, so it's worth trying and worth doing. And I'm glad I did. So I hope this has helped some of you folks out there, and it's a pleasure to have been here. So thank you.
Thank you, Stacey. This is Bryan. It's been a while since we've talked, since 2019. I think we met and did an interview at the industry discovery event for NAVFAC, which was a great event. And I'm always so impressed. That's why I told you then that I wanted to have you come and speak at this event, and it's almost a year later. And I read your bio, I look at your sites, and I'm always impressed, and you're very humble, and there's so much more I know that's there that you haven't even told us about. So thank you for sharing all that. There was a lot of acronyms there. We got a few questions on what's an SBIR, what's a SBIR, what's an STTR. So do you want to tell in your words, like, what's an SBIR or what's a SBIR?
Sure. So it stands for SBIR, or SBIR stands for Small Business Innovative Research. And those are the topics that the government produces across all different agencies, not just DoD, but also Department of Energy and many other agencies. But the government will come up with a problem that they want to solve. You know, one of the recent ones that we wrote to a proposal was for COVID. And so it had to do with tracking the COVID disease. And so we partnered with another company. We actually have formed a joint venture. So we have an 8A joint venture with a larger company. And so we tapped into that company and their resources, and they have a lot of great mapping technology and actually being able to trace information. So we worked with them in coming up with a solution and submitting a proposal for that. So the government, with the SBIRs, they can be very timely in what problems they put forward and release out to industry. And then we as industry can be very innovative and creative with how we take who we know and what capabilities we already have and apply those to a new problem set. So those are the SBIRs, and the STTRs are similar. There's usually less of those that are released in topics, and they require that you bring in an academic partner, so a university or a FFRDC, a federally funded organization. The challenge I've had with STTRs is that as an innovative company and a company wanting to build technology, when we bring in an institution such as an academic, they typically have the same interest. And so it makes the intellectual property piece a little bit challenging to reason with up front. But they're both great areas to put new technology forward.
I love getting into this space, and I'm still relatively new. I remember being in meetings and Googling as fast as I could all the acronyms that I could possibly do. So you Google SBIR, okay, I got that, that's fine. And then I kept hearing SBIR. I'm like, I can't find this SBIR thing. What's the difference? So it's funny. So SBIR is just the ways that some people pronounce SBIR. So I think it's funny, but for those of you who are listening, it's everybody gets it. Everyone you work with is well aware that its acronyms are hard and it's tough, and everyone's patient. So don't worry. And we know all the acronyms and how they're pronounced. So we've put a lot in the resource guide. So there's a question from one of the attendees. How does one find out about the problems that the government is focusing on? You want to give us an answer?
Yeah, so the SBIR topics for that entity, you can actually go online, just Google SBIR, DoD, or what have you, and it'll come up, and there'll be a listing of that. But for us, that's where your engagement with your network and with your local industry chapters really comes into play. Before COVID, I was on the road constantly, maybe half to 3/4 of my time out traveling. So going to Austin, attending events in the Navy Yard in Washington, D.C., a lot of different places to engage with the military when they come out for luncheons and for industry events, symposiums, and conferences. You can get a lot there, but follow up with them. Don't be afraid to reach out to a lieutenant colonel or an admiral that you meet somewhere. Don't be afraid to reach out and say, hey, I've got some ideas on how we can help what you talked about at the luncheon. Can I get on your calendar and come and talk with you? And give them a short brief on your company and what you do or what you're interested in, and get to know people. And that's really how you get your intelligence and your information about where to focus. It's the whole scope of it's rarely published. It's more those one-on-one conversations that you have to take the time and invest in to get that type of information.
I think it's a great point that if I've learned one thing that I try and relay as often as I can is that don't be afraid to have a conversation. I've only been met with open arms, even being completely new to the area, not knowing acronyms or how the process works. Do you have the same experience that there's people are more helpful and you hardly ever get turned away, or people who aren't, willing to help, right? Is that the same case you see?
That's been the experience. And sometimes you just got to knock on doors. We spend a lot of time knocking on doors and walking up and down the hallways. It can be hard to get on a facility to get some of that access, but the government folks in the military, they do come out, and that's where you can get them at these conferences and symposiums and try to get in on a one-on-one. And if they turn you down, ask again, come back in a week or two.
So where do you, this is probably more of a personal question for me, where do you look for those symposiums, events? Like you mentioned your industry chapter. Where do you look for this kind of things to be able to mingle or interact?
For me, San Diego's got a pretty good footprint for Navy. So we have a National Defense Industry Association, or NDIA chapter. We also have an AFCEA, which is Armed Forces Communications Electronic Association. So those two are pretty big out here. And there's also San Diego Military Advisory Council. So there's different events and luncheons, but sometimes you got to travel. I'll go to Boston. There'll be something going on that the Air Force is hosting, and I'll go out and talk to people out there and leverage your other industry partners, leverage the people that at Northrop and at Lockheed and other small businesses, because they know customers too. And so, you share some of what you know about your customers, and they'll share some of what they know about theirs. And then it just grows from there and build those relationships.
That's great. So I've got one last question for you. You mentioned in the beginning, and I love this about team, that it becomes the standard of your company, represents your company, and then also, it sounds like it sets the pace of your company that you mentioned. So my question is, how do you find your team? How do you make sure you get the highest quality people, the right fit, and keeping the culture that you like? How do you do that?
Initially, growing this small way that I did a little at a time, I brought on people that I knew. So I brought on other engineers that I'd worked with, people from other companies, people that I worked with during my work at the government when I'd started the company. So I started by bringing on people I knew would maintain the standard and our reputation, because I had built it so strong the way I wanted it. And then over time, as we're growing and we've got many positions open, and you can see on our website, I think we've got 50 or 60 positions we're recruiting for. It's instilling that in everybody in the company. And if people don't get it, then they're not really the best fit. But it comes from me, and it perpetuates. And so staying in touch with everyone and keeping that standard going and flowing through everyone has really been the key to our success.
That's great. I appreciate that. Okay, I lied. I'm gonna ask one more question, because I think this is specifically that you'd have to answer, and I'm curious to hear what you say. So, what is the one organization that one should join to get involved with DoD or similar? Are there cost considerations?
They're very affordable. I think it depends on where you are, but anywhere where there's a military or a DoD presence, like San Diego, El Segundo, in terms of California, there's usually a chapter. NDIA is a good one. NDIA tends to focus a little bit more on the business side. AFCEA tends to focus a little bit more on the technical side, but you can join them both. I think an annual membership's, maybe, $80 or something, but spend $30 to go to the luncheons and just really participate, talk to people, bring a stack of business cards and get to know people. And you'll also find too, if you're near a facility, military facility that has a small business office, get to know the people, the government employees that are part of that small business office. You schedule a time to give them a briefing, a half an I want to tell you about my company, what we do. And they'll sometimes, if some more than others, but if you find a good contact, they'll help you meet people and introduce you within the organization, within the government. And then you just go from there, build your network.
That's great. That's great. Stacey, I appreciate it. Again, you're always fun to listen to, it always inspirational. Thank you for participating, and it was really exciting having you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Happy to be here. So thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks. Okay, so next, there she is, the bright smile. Hi, Terrisa.
Hey.
Terrisa is amazing, a good friend and inspiration to me as well, like all of our speakers today. So I'm really excited to let Terrisa talk to you guys and take it away.
Thank you. Thank you, Bryan. Thanks, everybody. And I'm going to say my name again. It's Terrisa, and with the double R, so you can say, if you ever see me, you can say Terrisa. I'll be okay with that. And I want to tell you a little story about my name, a little personal history. But before I do that, I want to tell you that I'm really excited to have this opportunity to share my successes with government contracts and, you know, inspire you a little bit, because, you know, you can do it too. And I also wanted to reiterate what Ray and Stacey said, and that is the SBIRs, the Small Business Innovation Research grants or contracts, depending on the type of money you get, they're very valuable. And I love what Ray said about how, you know, investors can even use, say, a contract that you won to kind of lend against, so you get some credibility with them. I also really like what Ray said about using them as second tier, and I love the phrase to tunnel your way underneath, and I'd like to expand on that if I remember to do that. But you know, Stacey mentioned it too, there are long gaps. So say you win something called a phase 1 Small Business Innovation Research grant or contract. It could be 100,000, 150,000. There could be a long time between getting your, even if you're awarded, it could be a year, it can be 2 years before you actually get your phase 2, your 1 million. It's actually 1.5 million for some agencies. So anyway, I just wanted to reiterate what great advice they gave us. And the other point I wanted to make is Stacey had mentioned the chicken and the egg, and how we're like building an aircraft in flight. And it is just like that. And I think that the chicken and egg problem, that innovators like Ray and Stacey, and I like to call myself, that is what we're good at. We are good at building aircraft in flight, and the chicken and egg problem. And yes, such great comments from Ray and Stacey. And so here's my story, and it starts decades ago, and it's at an army post, a small army post back then, about 60 miles north of Austin, Texas. And you got to imagine this little army hospital with a lovely Japanese woman, so that's my mom, and a devoted Guamanian husband. So Guam is an island in the Pacific, and it's a U.S. territory. So my father was a soldier in the army. And so he's at this post, and they've just had a baby. So this is why my name is spelled the way it is. This is my story. Never got to confirm, but so I'm pretty sure that after I was born, it came time to sign my birth certificate. And it was back in the day where they, after you're in the hospital, they give you a little paper to fill out. And my mom, she wanted to name me after Mother Teresa. And so she's Japanese. So my guess is that she spelled out in hiragana, Terrisa, and just did the Romaji translation, and that's how we came up with my name. So it's a little personal story there. And also, so where Fathom works is, it's in Port Hueneme, and shortly after I was born in Texas, we actually came to Ventura County, to Oxnard, California, and moved not far from Port Hueneme, where my father had been based. So I am from Ventura, California. I live in both in Ventura and Los Angeles. I went to Hueneme High School in the area, And I don't know, hopefully I'm just like a lot of you out there who are thinking of pursuing government contracts. And you know it can be arduous. You've heard about that. You know you can get help. Fortunately, you have FathomWorks in the area to help you and to direct you and create and connect the individuals in the ecosystem that can help each other. You got Stacey down in San Diego. We're all over the place, but you know you can reach us even remotely. And so forward about 20 years ago. So this is how I got involved in SBIRs, and it was about 20 years ago, the Small Business Innovation Research vehicles, contract vehicles. And that is, I had joined a aerospace company in Torrance, California. It's actually Next Gen Aeronautics. And my friend, she was a graduate school friend from UCLA, my grad school friend. And she told me about the position, and it sounded really cool. It was for an aerospace company, so that's cool. And then I didn't know a whole lot about aerospace. I knew a lot about materials. So she and I were both graduate students at UCLA in mechanical engineering. We both got PhDs in, yay for women, PhDs from UCLA in materials, in mechanical engineering, but for that particular lab, it was an emphasis on materials. So, so she recruits me into her company, Next Gen Aeronautics, and it's all about what materials can we do research and development on to help aircraft perform, in fact, any kind of aircraft, unmanned and manned, to perform their missions more efficiently. Very brief way to say that. And so, you know, I ended up taking over a couple of her projects, but of course it's not long. I'm there for maybe 2 weeks to where the CEO says, so we're going to have you write a small business innovation research proposal. And you know, it was like, okay, I can do this. So for the next 2 weeks, it's day and night writing this proposal. And it's, you know, I wrote my heart out, and in 2 weeks is a lot of time to spend on an SBIR proposal because, you know, you got to count for every hour when you're a small business. And I spent more time on the weekends on it. So this is just, I think probably, we ended up giving me some overhead so I could write this proposal. And that was, you know, it was a generous offer from that company at the time. You know, let's set Terrisa up to write this proposal. So I wrote that proposal. It was about 20 years ago. So I've been, you know, getting these government contracts, these phase ones, these phase twos, actually phase two enhancements, and then phase threes. And I have a pretty good conversion rate. So anyway, I'm at this company, and I have to tell you that it's good because, so obviously I'm minority. It's a very competitive small business that I joined, and in fact, it was so competitive that they would tease my friend and I about just going to UCLA. So that was crazy. But they were also, our two leaders were also from India. And so there was like this, it was comfortable because, you know, there's some overlap with, you know, I was raised by my mom mainly. And it was comfortable. They call it, that's my what they call them. And we were, you know, sorry, I got distracted. So yeah, so they would tease us about being just from UCLA. So it was like comfortable in that, you know, there was a lot of respect involved. But then it was also a very male-dominated environment. And so sometimes, you know, you have to just try to bring the courage and the candor and clarity and stick it out. So everything went really well. I won that first proposal. I'll never forget it. After I won, our CEO at the time, he called like a company meeting, jammed everybody in a conference room, and said, yeah, everyone's quiet. And he says, so Terrisa just won a phase one proposal. And it was like, I don't know, I thought it was pretty cool. Like, let's respect Terrisa. She can win these phase one proposals. And Stacey said it. They are not trivial. I mean, I'm paraphrasing. You got to pour your heart out, but read the solicitations. Just one came out, and the thing is if you love R&D, if you love the tech that you have now that you're developing, you're going to learn more about what the government wants you to do research on. You can start to learn if there's a match. So enjoy the journey. Get out there and start reading these solicitations. And they may not make sense. Some of the tech doesn't make sense what they're asking for, but you'll learn and put your heart in it. And so I want to emphasize too what Stacey had said, and that is to think about as far as your business. So I'm CEO of NanoArmor, and we've been around for some time. Since 2014, we're in for the long haul. We are committed. But I've been CEO for over a year now, and it is so important to think about. I've got a pretty good brand, I think, in the Department of Defense in terms of when I do get a contract, I hang on and make sure we check mark every contract detail, review the proposal. I'm just passionate about doing what I said I was going to do. So I think I have a good brand. But at the same time, so it's like you can get sometimes you can see these solicitations, these SBIR and even STTR solicitations, and they're just one page, maybe 1.5 page, where they tell you about the area they're interested in, and then you write a proposal in response to that solicitation. And you can see a topic and think, yeah, I think I could do that. I think I can win this one. But then you got to think now, is this really aligned with my business strategy? And so it can be a tough call. And what was the phrase that Ray used? Use grants as second tier, because you want to either do what Stacey did, where she just got clients and just merited business, or do what Ray did and get investment, because people want to capitalize on Ray's brilliance and his company and his cool tech. And so just keep that in mind, that even though you can win and you get better at it, just to make sure it's aligned with your strategic goals. Another question that came up is, when we're thinking about what to share with you, and so that you could kind of have some takeaways for today. And I think someone's gonna have to text me or interrupt me when my time is up. But for the solicitations, it can be daunting, and Bryan or FathomWorks, I believe they're giving you resources. There are a lot of resources out there. It can be overwhelming, it can be daunting. I love some of the words that I saw in the word cloud. But just start with what you know. Get a little confidence and read the solicitation. Even we used to break the solicitation up into different parts and make a table of what's requested on the left side, and then write down how we're responding on the right side. So when you're overwhelmed, break it down, start with what you know. And what Bryan and Stacey also said is reach out. So if you have a telephone number or an email, reach out and ask for help, and be persistent. They said that as well. And also, when Cheryl said, what do you think of when you think of I think it was government contracts? My first thought was kindness. And, I just finished a phase 1 with the Missile Defense Agency, and, hope for phase 2. I've done some work with the Army in developing missiles. And I tell you, our civilians and the military, the individuals that are supporting our government and protecting us, they're the nicest people. So when I was thinking about government contracts, I was just thinking really nice people. So do what they said and reach out and be persistent. And it was funny, one advice that was given to me is reach out 7 times. I wouldn't do that. After about 3 times, I'm thinking that person doesn't want to hear from me. But this person that gave me that advice said, actually, it works. And so, so yeah, it's up to you. But be persistent. They are the nicest people out there. I had this, tell you another story. I had this one superstar that we brought on, and it was time for him to write his first SBIR, Small Business Innovation Research proposal. And we went over, poured over this, the topic, and then said, all right, let's call the TPOC, the technical point of contact at the bottom there. And we sat down and we were staring at the phone. And he's like, okay, all right. And I was like, so what can happen is you can dial that number, and the guy or the woman, the man or the woman, may actually pick up the phone and say, hello. So, and he's like, okay, all right. He's like, okay, thank you. Thank you for your help. It's just the funniest thing. So, they're just like us. And think about like when you're reaching out and you're answering these calls, and maybe it's not only a SBIR and STTR. There are other avenues for funding, for government investment. And think about how you're trying to help this customer, massive customer, solve a problem. And so it's like you're looking at a market, but it's the government market. And Stacey mentioned it earlier. It's the SBIR, STTR market. It's a multi-billion-dollar market. So what's great is that the avatar, the people that are behind the need for your small business, they're in our government. So think of them and how happy you're going to make them when you solve their problem. And lots of online tools, actually an overwhelming amount of online tools. So if you have a question, you got to dig a little and find it, but you have FathomWorks too, and these guys are awesome, as you know. So they're going to have resources as well. And when you do reach out to a stakeholder, this is very specific advice, but you're excited, you're hyped up, you want to talk about your tech or your idea, you want to sound credible. You have this precious time to talk with a government stakeholder. Paraphrase what they say back to them so that you're hearing them and they know that you heard them, because there's so much information that they'll give you. You could be on the phone for just 5 minutes and they've given you maybe a little bit about their vision, their mission. Maybe they've even dropped some acronyms that you're going to want to write down and look up. And so, so just a little bit of advice to you. And what other comment was made? Oh yeah, I did want to get back to Ray's comment about how it's like this way of tunneling to, I'm going to paraphrase, tunneling to a resource. And so there you are, you're making that call, you're interested. You're in contact with the government to do potentially something really cool. So treat that conversation as this precious time to connect with a really awesome agency. And say you do win a phase 1, you're on. You are like a government contractor, and you have this opportunity to speak with stakeholders. You'll have a TPOC, and it's a very exciting ecosystem to be a part of, and learn all you can during that time. And then when you have a phase 1, there are resources too that you will want to be aware of. And there's so many that you kind of constantly have to be looking for them. And anyway, just be resourceful. So another thing we wanted to share with you is what are the benefits that you can get out of the experience. And so I think my time's almost up. I got to write really cool diagrams. I got to make really cool diagrams. You get to explain your super esoteric idea to some. It's esoteric, and explain it. Work with nice people. I've already said that. And at the moment, you know, you do a good job, you stay committed, you really give it your best. You get that track record inside the government. And right now I'm CEO of NanoArmor, and our goal is to help the government, is to help the primes get in the hypersonics race by protecting their vehicles with our super cool ultra high temperature ceramic material. And I tell you, I think that's pretty cool. I'm very proud of it, and I hope that you can see that you could do it too. Other thing I want to mention is I think Stacey alluded to a little bit, and that is one of the other benefits to an SBIR, if you win one, is the data rights. You get protection. If you're collaborating, and STTR agree, it's a lot more difficult because you're in the same technical space. SBIR, you have subcontractors, you start to get into meetings with massive companies and you wonder, is my IP protected? Well, it's beautiful. SBIR packages the technology you developed during that time, even when you're interacting with the primes, and you're protected for the life of that technology. So you can continue your data right protection. And maybe you have to check that with Erica, but just because sometimes the laws can change. But anyway, you're protected for a very long time. And so I hope I shared some advice that that you'll remember. And hi, Bryan, nice to see you.
Hi, Teresa. Terrisa. I always love when I type your name into my email. I'm like, double R. Very cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say thank you because, you know, you were the first person that we reached out to, just as you guys have all advised, reach out to somebody, find someone who knows what they're doing and can explain it to you. And you gave us the fire hose in the gentlest sprinkles that you could and tried to explain SBIRs to us. And that was, I can't remember when that was, how long ago that was. It couldn't be more than a year ago, maybe. Year and a half.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
We sat in that office and you walked us through the process. And so I think we've probably submitted about 5. We've won one phase 1. We just submitted for a phase 2. We've helped other people, which is kind of scary, but we have helped a little bit with help just through our learning experience on what it is. One of the things though that you had mentioned and you kind of spoke to a bit about it now is reaching out. You pointed out, reach out to the TPOC, the technical point of contact for these SBIRs, and talk to them. And one of the things that I found really valuable, and you guys, and all our speakers have spoke to this, is it's not necessarily about winning. It's a bit about the journey and the adventure. But I've found that the TPOCs, the point of contacts, just talking to them, you get a wealth of knowledge. And when you tell them a little bit maybe about where you're going and what you're thinking, you really start to understand how they're trying to apply or what the real problem is. And it sparks so many ideas. And for we I don't know if this is what we do. We actually call on a lot of other topics, even if we're not maybe really spot on for it. But we'll call other TPOCs just to see, hey, tell me more about this. What is the problem? Is it really that? And sometimes we figure out that, you know, there's problems, plural, and maybe that's the one that made the topic, but there's other things to do. So one, I want to thank you for that tip. And also you pointed out a bit that it's, you know, it is a submission process. It's pretty rigid and structured, but at the same time, you know, it's an art form too. And how you play the game, just because there's rules doesn't mean you can't call them 7 times, right? Go until you get a response. And it works though, you know what I mean? So one, I wanted to thank you because, you know, we're off and running and you're the first person to really break it down for us. So thank you. And I wanted to ask maybe if you had any other, like, you know, advanced level tips for playing the game, like, you know, talking to the TPOCs, any other ones that you didn't cover that you think that have really helped, or maybe that gives you kind of a leg up on some of the other people submitting in a pretty competitive environment. Is there anything else you can share with us?
Yeah. So it would work. I had this one awesome engineer. She went off to Google. That's fine. Anyway, she saw this topic when I was working at this company, NextGen Aeronautics. This is going to be a tip. And she says, hey, Teresa, I like this topic. And I was like, great. is that really, so, you know, is this area of expertise? She's passionate about it. And she's like, I'm going to call the experts in the field and see if they want to work with us. And she did that. She made that call, and the person answered. They were interested in working together. I am still working with this person that she reached out to. And we brought him into the whole missile defense circle, and he's just kicked ass as well. And no, pardon my language. So anyway, I think it helps if you find and collaborate with the experts. But Bryan, you guys are really good at that. You guys know the tip of the sword. You know who to find to help be exacting in your execution and your response. So that's a tip, is what the topic is. Look at the references. Sometimes the references are deliberately not going to tell you perhaps where the idea came from, especially now they're getting better at that. But find out who, you know, look at the words, look at the keywords, find out who the experts are, and do what you did, connect the dots. Look at maybe multiple solicitations in the area. And here's an additional tip. Who's the TPOC? What's their area? What have they been working on in the past? What's their mission? If there's a sponsoring agency, if they mention a program office in the actual post or solicitation, look at the program office, connect the dots and try to figure out how you're going to help them. And then find the right people, meaning find individuals that are experts in that field that can add value. So, you know, you don't want to have a name, just to have a name. You want to see, okay, I think this person can help with our roadmap to solving this particular extreme technical problem.
So I'm going to throw in a couple questions from the attendees that they're submitting in. One I thought was really interesting, and I wanted to hear your opinion on it. Henry asked, I submitted a DAWN proposal, a Department of Navy's proposal in June, short fuse, but thought the idea was clear and well packaged. It was not selected, probably not aligned with what was expected. The feedback was short and not very informative. What is your suggestion and advice for the work that has been done?
Yeah, it just sounds like unfortunately, they didn't give you any valuable feedback.
We were in the same boat, Henry.
Yeah, that's too bad. You know, I had it happen to me once where we poured our heart out in a proposal, and and they pulled the topic.
Oh,
Yeah. So there are, and so I'm not telling you everything, but there are reasons they have that, you know, that are confidential, that they may not, you know, maybe it's not their problem anymore. Maybe they're shifting the way they're solving it. But, you know, I wish they would have given you more feedback. And the thing is no feedback can often mean that, you know, it wasn't, that it was a good proposal. So I wouldn't give up. And you may even try to get into that ecosystem and see if you can go to a conference and find that person. Maybe not put them on the spot on the phone, but kind of find out what's going on, learning a little bit more about the problem you're solving. If you packaged a really good proposal, then it's likely you're passionate about what problem you were solving and what you brought. And maybe you're still looking for that problem. And sometimes they don't tell you everything in the solicitation.
And can you, even though you submitted it, you should be able to reuse that and submit at a later topic if it comes up, or a similar topic, or for another faction, right?
Absolutely.
So it's not lost. It's just not there yet, right? I mean, is one way to look at it.
Yeah. Recycle content. Yeah, as much as you can. And in fact, when you're writing a proposal and you write a section and you love it, but your buddy doesn't like it, and so it doesn't make it in, keep it. Keep it and then use it elsewhere. And I do know that sometimes we've written proposals and in the end we realize we should go for this. And we do, and we use content from another proposal and we don't do a thorough search and replace. We've still received awards with that, but you know they're thinking, oh, we know what you did. You know, you're doing the best you can with limited budgets. Usually these proposals take so much more time than we really budgeted for. And so
That's a question that another attendee had is how many hours do you think you should spend on a phase 1 SBIR proposal?
well, if it's your first one, you're going to be learning about potentially formatting and staying within the margins and font and talking and reaching out. And so, you know, it could take you full time for 2 to 4 weeks. Just sit down but you're going to learn a lot from that. And it may be half of it's not paid, maybe only a few days. I mean, I've heard of companies only paying their employees a few days to write a proposal. So if it's your first one, expect 40 solid hours at least.
And then so one more for you, and then we're gonna bring everybody back and chat a little bit. So the one last one was I'm gonna paraphrase a little bit, but most it says most federal government grantors offer a review or reason when a proposal is rejected. Does the SBIR program provide this as well?
A reason why it was rejected?
Yeah, or offer a review about it. Is there any feedback? I mean, like the one with the Navy, there was little to nothing. It was basically you didn't like, here's who won. It wasn't even like a who you lost, right? Is there a process where if you wanted to inquire or a report, is there anything that you could request to find out more information of why?
So when you first get a response and there's nothing in it, so that could go one of 2 ways. Either they're going to give you more information, you're going to be happy, or they're not going to give you information. So now, when you start to feel like they're really not going to give me information, then you kind of have to live with it. So just be prepared to not get more information, and do what you can to reach out even after, because you generally have a tech that's going to add value to the government. Right. Keep it up, but at some point, you know, there's the bigger picture, what the government's trying to accomplish. So,
is this another one of the cases of ask them 7 times? Or...
Yeah, no. See, if somebody asked me 7 times, I'd be like, you probably talked to him, my buddy. It's better if you can get people at a conference or, these days it's hard because we're COVID, but maybe get people on the phone, say, hey, you know, and maybe you have some ideas for this contact where, since you did the research on the TPOC, the technical point of contact, you have other ideas for them and you want to tell them. And hey, at the same time, you know, can I get some insight? And maybe they'll tell you, you know, they're the nicest people. They'll tell you if they can.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's the key though, right? They're the nice people. All right, let's bring back Stacey and Ray, if you guys can show your beautiful faces again. We just got a couple quick questions and then we're gonna go to break. There's Ray coming on. And Stacey, if you want to come back in, maybe she's listening in. Maybe, well, let's start. We've got, we'll let Stacey jump in. Have you ever partnered with another company? Oh, hi, Stacey.
Hi, I was on a call, sorry.
Yeah, no, sorry about that. Have you guys, and I don't know how you guys want to, I don't know if there's a buzzer, you guys can try and beat each other out and who can ring it the fastest, but we'll figure it out. Have you ever partnered with another company for an SBIR?
Yeah, we almost always do.
Always do? Okay.
Yeah, almost always. If it's something that we're really, really, really strong in, we'll go for it on our own because it makes it easier for intellectual property sharing. But sometimes you can really compete because you want to look at the transition path too. If you're building a piece of a missile, that's great. But if you can get in with the integrator who's got the contract to do that integration as the missile's being built, then you've got a path to actually flesh out your technology all the way to transition.
And is this something you guys usually partner up or partner niche or partner smaller or?
We do a little bit of everything. I used to do a lot more looking at the large integrators because they have those contracts for the big integration at the end. But now we do a lot of small stuff, people that have real specialty in different algorithms and things. So they can keep us at the tip of the innovation. So we do both.
Perfect. Ray, Terrisa, you guys want to add to that?
Yeah, sure. I'll just dive in and say in 2 seconds, we got to the phase 1, didn't go to phase 2. I would say that for phase 1, we partnered with CBDI, who helped us with evaluation of the proposal, the submission work, and really helped us to take that. And Terrisa, you're absolutely right. It's 40 to 80 hours when you first write these. And so I'd say that CBDI helped us to take what would have been an army of people over 2 weeks down to about a week process, which was incredible. So, yeah.
And Lynn's going to talk a little bit more about this later after we come back. How about you, Terrisa? Anything to add?
Yeah, I also like partnering with others, and especially if it's likely that you're going to go for a much bigger program, meaning the multi-million-dollar government programs, and you're amassing a consortium. It's a great way to get to know a potential partner when there's no money in it. Like, hey, let's get together and write this proposal. And do they show up for calls? Are they on time? Do they give you their boilerplate information within a week when you ask them to? It is, and then when you talk about money, it's so low threat, but very quickly you learn about partners. So I do love partnering with others, and especially when there's complementary expertise. But also I love it even more because you learn so much about each other, and if you want to collaborate as partners later.
That's great. Thank you, guys. So I wanted to ask really quick, and I appreciate you guys going speed round with me on there just so everybody gets a chance to answer. So there's something, and Lynn's probably going to touch on the details of how to do it, but I was curious on as far as success of doing it within an SBIR. There's possibility of getting matching funds with the VC investment. Has anybody been able to land that like trifecta of cash infusion there? Have any of you guys had experienced that, or any knowledge you want to add?
I'll start on that. We have not, but we do have internal research and development dollars. So part of the rates that we sell to the government, we add in IRAD. And so we've actually funded from the company, added money to building some of that technology as well. So we've done our own.
So to try and just break it down really quick, so you're stacking money on top of your grant, your SBIR grant, right?
Right.
Other funding sources.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And you can be creative. If you build a piece of that technology that's essential and you fully own it because you funded it, then it can be a smart thing to do.
Okay, and you know, if we don't cover it later in Lynn's topic, maybe this is something that we can go into on a next session, or maybe do a little bit deeper dive. It's pretty advanced and pretty rare, but it's doable. So I just wanted to ask you guys, since I had you all, how about Ray and Terrisa? You guys, any luck there?
Yeah, in fact, our strategy is to be VC agnostic and not raise VC capital as long as we possibly can. So we use our own financing and debt capital to grow the company to keep control and ownership.
Okay, very good. How about you, Terrisa?
That's a really good model. Yeah, so I got pulled in to report to an investment group. And so every time we work, I mean, right now I'm other than that phase 1, I'm funded by an angel. And so we were trying to figure out, can we use the current angel funding as in-kind, or as like a matching funding for a phase 2 enhancement? And we're like, oh, let's worry about that later, because maybe we can just stand on our own without angel funding, which is the idea, like you, Stacey. But yeah, we're open to VC, not as much as angel. I mean, you know, it's a whole nother story. But it's a good idea, I think, Bryan, that model of letting a VC join in. Just try it all.
Yeah, why not, right? It's almost, you'd almost call it free money, I think some would argue, but okay. And then since we're going for unicorns here, have any of you guys had any experience with an SBIR TT? No?
STTR?
No, an SBIR TT.
Technology transition?
Yeah, it's money specifically to transfer technology out of, I believe it has to be out of a federal lab.
Okay, no, we have not.
Okay, well, we have it covered in the resource guide a little bit, but I was just curious. So we'll add that as maybe another session, have someone come in and talk about it. So I just thought I would ask, because it's one of those ones I'm curious about. Okay, so one last question for all of you guys. Everybody has said so far, don't be afraid to get help, get team, ask questions. So getting help, where would you suggest, like Ray mentioned he had C5 BDI help him, write the grant? Terrisa is obviously very in-depth on writing grants. So each one of you, I'd like to hear, where would you suggest, as someone starting out, first time going after any sort of opportunity, where would you suggest where you, if you had either suggest just out of expertise, or maybe if they're even going to spend some money, where would you reach out for help? Is it graphic design? Is it a marketers or writers, or what is it? What would you guys suggest to somebody who's in their mind thinking, I want to go get help, but who and when and what and how? Like, what would you guys, just some quick advice for people just starting out?
We leverage our network. I mean, for pretty much anything we need, I'll go to lunch with somebody who's also a small business owner and say, hey, who are you guys using for accounting, or who's doing your taxes these days, or whatever. So I get it all from building that network in this industry. That's your goal. That's how you figure things out in general.
Okay.
Yes, same, use your network. But also, I'm finding that the copy, that material that you have to put in a proposal, you end up needing that for like website, messaging, and you kind of have to do it one day anyway. And the idea that you propose, if that's your core tech, then you're going to want to be able to just write about it, anyway. I mean, it's worth the 2 weeks to sit down and just write about it, or pull somebody on your team that you plan to keep to write about it.
Great point. I would add that in our case, what we would have done differently is started with other successfully funded companies that went through this SBIR process, right? I would have started with, we went after the Air Force DoD topics under AFWorks, and would have been tremendously helpful to work with other organizations that have received phase 2 grants to really help navigate us through what to expect in the process.
Let's try and understand that, and then work backwards, and then know what you're putting in.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Fantastic. Any last bits before we go to break, guys? Anything else?
Yeah, just Ray, that makes so much sense. And you can also go on the SBIR site and then type in, keywords, and they'll just give you back all kinds of information that you could do analytics on to learn more about some of your questions. You can get some answers just from doing the analytics on the data SBIR provides.
That's great. Well, thank you guys. I appreciate you so much. Wealth of knowledge as always, and we love you. And hopefully we'll be doing this again year after year. As you know, that's the goal. So we're going to go to a short break. We're going to come back in 10 minutes at 12. We're going to go 20-minute break. So come back at 12:40, and then Linh is going to break down a lot of the questions that you guys have. And talk to you about 1, 2, 3 kind of steps of getting started and what you need to do. And so if you have a lot of questions, if you're still confused, this is perfect. Stick around. Don't give up. Lynn's going to break it all down for you. And Linh is a master and a mentor to us all. So see you guys back here in 20 minutes. Thanks.
Great.
This afternoon, we will look at the logistics involved with getting your company or government on the government rolls for contracts and partnership opportunities. This includes establishing a DUNS, CAGE, SAM number, and registration, the websites, the resources for you to reference as you make your way through this process. Our speaker this afternoon is Hoang. Linh has previous experience with process and systems implementations with Accenture and IBM. He is a board member of Virginia Small Business Financing Authority, an expert advisor for startups at the nexus of commercial and federal government innovation. Linh has a management and international business degree from Georgetown University. Linh?
Thank you, Cheryl. I really appreciate the introduction. It is great to be here with our friends over at Phantom Work. Thank you for convening this very special session with all of incredible small businesses, and to be part of an esteemed panel, Terrisa, Stacey, Ray, and Bryan, to have this conversation with our small businesses here. So I'm delighted to spend some time this afternoon to share my story in government contracting and how we set up all of the administrative stuff, logistic stuff, so that we can do business with the federal government, and share my background and experience in that process. So please feel free. I value this as a two-way conversation. Please ask any questions throughout the presentation. Feel free to stop me. And, I want to be able to walk you through that process. It is not complicated. Earlier this morning, people mentioned that, this process is really hard. Where do I even begin? It seems so complicated and there's so much red tape. That is absolutely all true. But at the same time, it is doable. Many of you are small businesses and very smart. We work super hard. So I think this process we can navigate very easily, and together, I think we'll be able to overcome it. So we'll be spending a little bit of time this afternoon going through that together. So let me just share my screen real quick with everyone. I'll just say a little bit about, what our company is about. The Outpost, I work at the Outpost, SVP of Client Engagement here. And the Outpost is a really a boutique advisory and a technology accelerator. We help companies like you connecting to the federal government vertical to expand your technology into the federal government space. And we do this using many contract types and vehicles that are available out there. You heard about the SBIR, or Small Business Innovation Research Grant. We have a lot of experience in doing this. Or, at the end of the year when there are fallout money, we help you identify those pockets of monies and to help you leveraging an existing program like an SBIR program to bring those money onto existing contract vehicles that are already available out there. So we see it as our mission to make sure that we are connecting industry to the federal government space. This is something that I'm really, really excited about. I love small businesses. As Cheryl mentioned, I was appointed by the Virginia governor, and I serve on the Virginia Small Business Financing Authority, enabling over $5 billion of loans and grants and bonds to support small businesses and capital projects throughout the Commonwealth. We know that small businesses are the engine of our economy. So I make it my mission to make sure that small businesses, especially like the one that are here this afternoon, have access to capital so that they can grow and expand their business, and especially being able to expand that work in the federal space, in the DoD. That is really personal to me. I love small businesses. I love startup. And I feel like that has always been a part of my identity and part of my American story. I'm a son of an immigrant. My dad was a soldier in Vietnam. He was a Navy SEAL fighting alongside American soldiers. And after the war, he was imprisoned. He was persecuted. We were homeless. We didn't have anywhere to go. And America welcomed us, right? And because of the opportunities here in America, we're able to rebuild our lives and start our families over again. And it's an incredible opportunity to be here in the U.S. and to make with so many opportunities out there. And I want to make sure that all of our companies have access to the same opportunities, especially here in the federal space, so that you all can take your amazing technology and bring that into the hands of the warfighter. And here at the Outpost, that is truly our mission. We have access to a lot of amazing technology and incredible talent, people who solve problems day in and day out. So it's truly our duty to democratize the federal procurement process and to demystify that process. It is not complicated. We can do it together. And ultimately, to put that valuable technology and innovation into the hands of our warfighter. We know that this process is not easy. I worked at IBM and Accenture previously implementing technology in the federal government space. We are not those companies. They have 3 to 5 years to plan for those solicitation and go after those opportunities. Small businesses don't have the time or the resources to do that. And so we have to be agile and leveraging all of the innovative government contracting vehicle to go after those opportunities. So we take it upon ourselves to help small businesses write those proposals, right? How to find the right end users and the right use cases for their technology. And when you have a proposal, how do you find the right champion or get that MOU so that you can go to the next phase? Or even a basic things like navigating the invoicing process. And that's why we're here to help you through that process and handhold you through that process. And it's just such a privilege to be able to work with amazing companies like you to bring innovative technology into the government space. Just want to give a quick shout out to our friends over at Fathom Work for putting together an amazing resource guide that's available out there. Earlier, I talked about, demystifying the federal government procurement process. This is truly it, right? It's not a black box. There are just certain steps and logistical things that you have to go through to get to federal government opportunity. Just imagine like you're buying a car or buying a house. You have to register. You have to provide some information. If someone's going to give you a loan, they need to make sure that you're qualified to get that loan. It is the same thing in the federal government. There are just few registration that you have to do so that the number one, so the government knows who you are, who they're doing business with, and how they're going to pay you. So that's the purpose. And we'll be able to walk through some of those processes together. And our friends over at Fathom Work here put an amazing guide step by step on how to make that happen. Again, this information is all available on the web. We're benefiting from this process. I myself use this process every single day, and I'll show you where that reside online as well, but step by step on how to do all of your registration, making sure that even before you start your proposal, that all of your registrations are in line so that you can do business with the government. So you don't need to take notes for this conversation. I think it is recorded. You'll be able to reference it, but also this valuable guide is your starting point in how to do your initial registration. So let's talk through that together. Step one, learning about SBIR program. Many of you mentioned it's in quite an alphabet soup, rightly so, in the government space, just like other industries. So take some time out in the afternoon, spend 30 minutes, rather than watching Netflix. Take the time, learn a little bit more about the SBIR program. There's a link here for you. Go straight there and you'll be able to learn about the program. And step two is, do I have a DUNS number? This is an industry registration that you have to do. So let me just click on to that link to show you what it looks like. It's a very simple website, Dun & Bradstreet. So, at the very top, you'll be able to click on DUNS number, right? Learn more about DUNS, get a DUNS number. That's what you're here to do. And the first step in getting a DUNS number is to do a search whether or not they have created a DUNS number for you previously. So say I have a US-based business, and then simply entering in your company information, your business name, your address. They just want to validate against existing open source information so that there's no duplication. So getting a DUNS number is super easy. I've seen a DUNS number created in less than 24 hours. The application takes no more than really, 10, 15 minutes. So go ahead and fill that out, get that submitted, because you will need a DUNS number to go to your next step in doing business with the government. Let's say you've completed your DUNS number and you have that digit ready to go. Following this step, then you have to register in the SAM, System for Award Management. This is so that the government get all of your information up front so that they know the vendor, they know your EIN, they know your bank information, so that every time you have a contract in place with the government, they know who to pay. And that information is already centralized in one location. So, feel free to click on the link there, and you'll be able to register your company on sam.gov. Again, this process will take probably about 60 minutes. Just make sure that you have your EIN, your registration information ready, your bank account, your corporate officials, and all of the basic information about your company to register that here in the SAM. It takes about 2 weeks to get your cage code. At the end of the SAM registration, it is a cage code that allows you to do business with the government. And typically the government will follow up with some standards email. They're very long, lots of text in there. Make sure that you go through that. And if they're asking information about your address, just repeat it again. If you're located in a WeWork or a co-working space, making sure that you acknowledge as such. And if they ask whether or not this is the right email address, reply yes. So it's just a lot of bureaucratic stuff that you have to go through to get to your cage code. So it's about 60 minutes. It is not hard. There are lots of questions in there, certification and assertions that you have to go through and fill out. Just answer them to the best of your knowledge, and you can always save your application. If you don't know something, or if you need that bank account number or consulting your legal team on your company status and things like that, you can save your application and come back and complete your application. It's not necessarily a one-time sitting activity. Take the time, go through that, get it done. And here at the Outpost, I actually help clients go through that process all the time. We spend about 60 minutes together online and fill that out together. Don't feel like you have to do that alone by yourself. It's fairly easy and straightforward. It seems a little bit cumbersome at the beginning, but if you go through, answer every question, you'll be fine. I just want to point out something here. Whenever you're in a government system like sam.gov, they're moving towards a central one login sort of. So whenever you try to log into sam.gov, you actually have to create an account in login. And this login information will help you access SAM and other government portal like the one we'll see next. And after you completed your SAM registration, you get a simple cage code. Then you'll be able to go to SBIR.gov. This is where you'll be able to register your company on SBA. SBIR program is managed and operated by the Small Business Administration. And you'll be able to create an account on SBIR.gov. It's a very simple registration. Click on login and register. If you don't have one yet, you click on register your business. Click here to register your small business, and then simply go through the process of answering these questions. They're fairly straightforward. It takes no more than 15 minutes to get this done. And at the end of the SBIR.gov registration, you get something called SBC number. It's just a simple number that's generated, and that will allow you to start your application, an account in DSIP, right? And all of this is laid out in the Phantom Work resource guide. But in this portal, DSIP Defense SBIR Innovation Portal is where you're applying for all of the DoD SBIR program. So whenever something is announced or something is active, you'll be able to see that. Right now, the 20.3 just got released this past Tuesday, and we have 55 days to respond back to that opportunity. If you want to read more about that solicitation, right now it is a pre-release. You can download that information and be able to get to that information and decide whether or not it's the right opportunities for you. Okay, so just quickly run through that step-by-step process, and I wanted to point out a few additional information where you can get that additional support. I think that will be really important for many small businesses applying through this the first time. So you've got your Phantom Resource Guide, step 1 through 5, very simple, very straightforward. We'll talk a little bit about the proposal next. Where do I get additional information to this? There's a really wonderful website out there provided by the Air Force. It's called afworks.af.mil. go here, even though, you might not be applying to the Air Force opportunity, but feel free to start here. I click on SBIR introduction. In here, it's basically a one-pager on how startup can better use SBIR program. Remember we talk about DUNS? That's where this link is. Talking about SAM, click on that link, sbir.gov registration. Everything is in one central place. I love this page. Feel free to use it, save it on your portal, onto your computer, and use it as a reference. If you want to find the topic that is relevant, whether or not it's available, it is there as well. And when we talk about the technical volume, the 5-pager, what is the template for that? What does it look? What do I really need to fill out in this proposal? The government provides you a template to fill out, right? For your 5-page technical volume, or for your 15-page slide deck, they provide you a 15-slide presentation, and AFWORK and Fathom work already put together in this document for you right here in your resource guide. So, there's so much information out there. Don't feel like you need to do that alone by yourself. It is fairly straightforward. Just wanted to touch a little bit on now that you have all the registration in place, you are ready to compete for the opportunity within the SBIR program. In this case, it's specifically related to the U.S. Air Force through AFWORK. For your phase 1, it is a $50,000 SBIR program. It's for a 3-month feasibility and marketing research, right? Is there a fit for my technology within the U.S. Air Force? And isn't that amazing? The government pays you $50K to do that marketing research. And at the end of that program, 3 months, then you identify an end user. Hopefully they provide you with a letter of support so that you can apply for your phase 2 to develop your MVP or to further prove out your technology. And then graduating into a phase 3 where you have a sole source credential with the federal government and selling directly to the government within the Air Force and throughout the federal government. So it's a really great program. And so, your first step is getting in the doors, is filling out a phase 1. And let me just go back here. In addition to this cheat sheet on the U.S. Air Force website, there are a few other resources, like, for example, what are the need IDs that are, what are the challenges that the Air Force facing and the technology that they're looking for? So they even provide a need ID document to help you identify, to position your technology for success, like how to, insider cyber threat auditing using artificial intelligence, or technology evolution and improvement, or complex supply chains. These are kind of like bucket areas and things that the Air Force try to resolve. So if you are doing things on AI, ML, natural language processing, or cybersecurity, or certain process improvement, there are things that you can relate your technology into the Air Force and utilize this need ID to help funnel your technology accordingly. The U.S. Air Force also have an open category called Open Topic, Blue Sky. Tell us, what does your technology do? That's my favorite topic in the SBIR program. And that's where, we here at the Outpost help you navigate and help translate your technology into the government ecosystem. So here, Fathom Work provide you a simple template that you can follow. You've done company pitches before. You put this together for in front of investor, in front of other companies. You already have all of that information available. So just answer the question of what the government is looking for. So on your page 1 is your company profile, a little bit of 3 sentences on your technical abstract, a little bit on the overview. Why is your technology really amazing and interesting? And a little bit about your team. that is, you can spend 15 minutes and fill that out on your company overview. After that, you have got to show and prove that you are registered in the SAM registration system by giving a screenshot. Literally, that is a checklist item that you put into your proposal. And what are my technical merits? And the government identify the key things that you need to call out in your proposal. And then, your ability to be able to accomplish this work, or to be able to commercialize this technology beyond the DoD vertical, so on. You'll be able to spend some time, go through, take a look at this slide, and just answer the question. The government puts a lot of preliminary question here to help you put together that content. Don't feel like you have to do that, write that, create anything fresh. Use some of the existing slide deck that you have. Maybe it is a white paper that you've generated. Maybe it is an investor deck. I start with the company website, right? And using that marketing material as a starting point. I've done many of these proposals, probably about 150 now. This last yesterday, I submitted 30 phase 2 proposal. And, this is the government has the same template for the submission. We've been through this before. It is fairly straightforward. Answer the question when they talk about key partners and key stakeholders. Feel free to talk about who they are. Use logos, images, and the work that you're able to generate. Sometimes what they're asking for seems a little bit repetitive, and that's okay. It's okay to answer the question more than once on this proposal. So this is meant to be a guide. Let me just pause there real quick to see if there's any, if there are questions in the chat, and then we shall continue. At this time, maybe we can open up the line, or if someone can read off the questions. Cheryl or Hannah or Bryan.
Hey, Lynn, sorry about that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No worries. How am I doing on time?
You're doing fantastic.
All right. What questions do people have for me?
Well, lots as usual. It's a huge bucket of knowledge, and I hope I want to encourage people to really take what you put together and what you broke down. And I think it's right. Like, go back and review the notes. So I met, just to give a little bit of context, with Linh and the Outpost and the guys there who've helped us, as I was speaking to, the other speakers about where we started and how we are now. We've submitted, 4 or 5 SBIRs. We're working on a phase 2 that we just closed out. And Linh and the guys at the Outpost have helped us with every single one of them. And have helped, I think you've helped, 5 or 7 in our community at least.
Yeah.
The Outpost team helped submit 30 SBIRs 2s this week, which is a feat that I haven't heard anybody do. And I think Linh probably did it, probably hasn't slept since yet. So I appreciate your time and how much patience you have with us and everybody that you work with. And Lynn's one of those guys that if you do need help, if you want to reach out, the Outpost is definitely a resource that we would recommend. Obviously, we work closely with them and had a lot of success. So one, I just want to say thank you for coming and talking and sharing your knowledge and being so patient with myself, my team, and everyone in the community and helping us get there. It's great because I have this opportunity to ask so many questions of you that we probably don't get to do while we're trying
I feel I help clients fill this out, every single week. I make it every Monday where I set about 2 or 3 hours as companies are coming in. we sit down and go through the Dunn's registration together and the salmon cage code registration together. It is not complicated. I've done this so many times. So, it seems a little bit intimidating, but we just simply go through and answer one question at a time. It's not that bad.
Yeah, and that's the thing that you've made me realize is that a lot of it seems daunting at first when you log in originally, even just preparing for the proposal, getting all the parts and pieces and board. It seems like a huge task, but as you break it down and do one thing at a time, and I was joking with the team as you started to speak, I'm like, I've heard Lynn's voice in my head so much, especially this last week, and he's not only like the voice of wisdom, but like of calm as well, because I'm freaking out, trying to submit this thing, and Lynn's voice is very calming to me. So I appreciate it. And it's great to hear you speak. So for people starting out though, I mean, I was very intimidated by the process to begin with. And I encourage anyone who's nervous or doesn't have experience with it to reach out to someone like an Outpost or someone who's done it. Anybody you can, don't go it alone, go get some advice, have someone to work with that can help walk you through it. We started with Terrisa, who broke a lot of it down to understand it. But Lynn, I mean, what do you see? What are some of the things like, okay, you guys have an amazing hit rate and success rate in helping clients get there. What are some of the things that you've seen? I know you've shared a couple with me that seem very simple of why people don't win. And some of it's just not the basic checking the boxes and following basic instructions. But what are some of the pitfalls that you've seen in your experience in these programs?
Sure. So number one is that we have to get all of the administrative items cross off, right? So that your application proposal is not going to be disqualified because you miss out on the, instead of 15 slides, you have 16 slides. That's a ground for disqualification. Or your font is, font 8 rather than 10.5. These are just some technical stuff that guidelines the government baked into the proposal. And that's why we're hand-holding you through that process and making sure that we meet all of the very basic requirements so that we can truly focus on the most important item, answering the question as to, and when the government is looking for and evaluating your proposal, I look at just in terms of like 3 things. Number one is your technology. What is it that you do? Is there, why does this technology matters to the DoD, specifically the U.S. Air Force? I work on many of those opportunities. So we really have to answer the question on the technology, and many of you are having those amazing technology already. So we got to answer that question. That's one. And secondly, it's around the ability to commercialize that technology. Is there a need for my technology beyond outside the government? So let's say the DoD is going to invest money into your phase 1 and phase 2, they want to make sure that they're investing in a company that is going to be successful. So let's answer that question for them, right? Show even though you're new, but you have those opportunities for success. List the clients, identify, get them to provide letter of support. Show your revenue in the last 2 years if that's available, or if you have funding from families and friends and from seed round. We have to celebrate that to make sure that the government knows that your company, that you have a strategy to commercialize your technology and that you are financially a sustainable company. That's key. And then thirdly, part of the evaluation that I see in the government is the composition of your team, right? The human element. What makes you also stands out is your ability to accomplish that work. And that means you have a high performing team, the right subject matter experts to solve the problem. And so having the right human talent is really critical, and making sure that, let's say if you don't have that talent immediately in-house, and as Stacey or Terrisa mentioned earlier, identify other companies to partner with. That is okay. The government encourages you to identify partners so that you can go to market together. Don't go at it alone. It's okay to identify subject matter experts that you might not already have in-house, and look beyond. so that you can go and chase after that particular opportunity. So when I think of a strong SBIR proposal in this case, it's about those three things: your technical information, your ability to commercialize that technology, and also, do you have the right people? As long as you focus on those three, I think you'll be in a pretty good shape. Does that answer your question, Bryan?
Yeah, absolutely. And so one of my next questions is, so with our journey, we hit a 20.1 phase 1, right? And we just submitted the phase 2. So what's the next steps? Let's say just for people to ride along with the journey, let's say we get granted the award, we win the phase 2. What is that next step? Because a lot of people have done phase 1s and it starts to trickle off, right? That you get, so tell me what's kind of to come if we do win that award.
Sure. So you got a phase 1. Congratulations. That was an easy $50K to be able to do that market research, identifying the end users and the use case, and then be able to work with that. And the user, the technical point of contact, or the TPOC, provided you an MOU, a memorandum of agreement that you can use for your phase 2. And Bryan, you just submitted your proposal on Wednesday. And the amazing thing about the SBIR program, specifically within the Air Force, it takes only 30 days for them to get back to you. I mean, this is unheard of, right? When you think of government proposal and waiting to hear back from them, it's like, 6 months to a year. That is way too long. But what we've seen in some of these innovative ecosystem in the government, like AFWorks, is after you submit your proposal, they do try to get back to you within 30 days. So take advantage of these flexible procurement process so that you can test out your technology in the government as a starting point and see if there's traction there. So to answer your question, let's say you get your award, the government will notify you, and that'll be, towards the end of September. And your peer performance is about 12 months. That's kind of like the standard for the phase 2. And so based on the milestones that you call out in your MOU, right, what is it that the government is getting during that 12 months? You execute against that milestones. So, you'll be able to execute against that. But something that's really interesting during the phase 2 that we've seen before is they might have a phase 2 enhancement that Terrisa mentioned before, or a strategic financing round. Let's say 3 or 4 months into your phase 2, the government does decide to have that enhancement or that strategic financing. That's basically allow you to increase your phase 2 total contract award by the government will match your increase that funding with investment from the private sector. Let's say the investor brings in $6 million. The government, the AFWorks office, will come up with $3 million, and the program office will be able to bring in another $3 million. So 6 on the government side and 6 on the industry side from your investors. So you have an additional $12 million during your phase 2. This kind of program has never happened before in the government. And so when we're looking at phase 2, we're trying to identify opportunities where we can expand that total contract value. So the SBIR enhancement program, or StratFi, is really kind of an innovative way to involve both the private sector, the AFWorks office, and also the program office, your TPOC, to be able to come together and work on those the problems that you're trying to solve. And then, of course, during that phase 2, if you identify a unit that has additional need for that technology, and they're ready to buy because you are already on a contract, then you can immediately activate a phase 3. Right? And that can be done at any time. Even when you have the phase 1, if you identify an end user that is ready to buy, they can MIPR that money. MIPR is, think of it as Western Union, right? To be able to send that money over to the AppWorks SBIR program, and then they do, and they can create increase your total contract. They can work on your contract and go to a phase 3, or use GSA to create a phase 3 for you. And so think of the SBIR program as an evolution. Phase 1, 2, and 3 is allow you to grow and increase your penetration within the federal government. And so it's a very methodical way to grow, but there's always opportunities for you to enhance and expand your contract.
Yeah, it's great. And, a lot of the questions we get when people first start to engage is, well, how do I do it? What's the best way to do it? And the answer is there's multiple ways, but really the SBIR program is the way to do it. And for many reasons, a lot of people, oh, well, it's kind of slow, or it's, how do I do it fast? And people are really excited to speed up the things, but at the same time, the SBIR program is really well thought out, right? It's milestone based. It's also based on topics, right? Like if you had a great idea and someone just gave you some money, but there's no end customer at the end of the day to finally buy it, then what's the point of giving you some money to do a research grant? Like, you might get some money to do some research. That's great, but that's really not what you're looking for, right? You're looking for a customer. And the great thing about this is a customer who's saying, hey, I have a need and it's been approved. It's become a topic, and there's actually a path to, there's an end, there's a pot of gold and a contract and stuff waiting, but you got to go through the steps, right?
That's right. And
one of the things that I think I was going to ask you is, you've been doing this for a long time, and it's a bigger investment in time, and it's kind of slow, I think, relative to some things, but I don't think it's that slow. I mean, if you could tell the audience a little bit, explain about some of the other opportunities within the SBIR program, or like, what about like same day SBIR, some of these other really innovative things that you and AppWorks have been a part of. Maybe there's other stuff out there. Like, just can you cover a little bit of some of the other opportunities and the breadth of it and the speed of it and some of that? Can you touch on that?
Yeah. It's a really amazing ecosystems once you're on the inside. The governments want you to be successful, because when you are successful, then they have access to incredible technology and put that into the hands of the warfighter. So they really want to help you. And most importantly, they encourage you to, to work with each other and navigate that. And that's why they're creating a lot of tools and resources here. One of our panelists earlier talked about, networking. That is so true. You have got, especially with COVID-19 and everything is virtual, we have to double down on that, right? You have to hustle. You got to make those phone calls. If they don't call you back, you have to send that email or reach out on, I use LinkedIn all the time. I did not come from the DoD space. I work with many DoD members, but use LinkedIn, use the keyword search function to find the potential end users to, so that you can have a conversation with them and help them and ask them to mentor you through your use case. And when you're on the inside with the SBIR program, there are so many other opportunities for you to position your technology and pitch your technology. So there are pitch day competitions that are available. So most recently, they have the Space of the Future pitch presentation, and there are various topics. So you just like going through the SBIR program, you provide your slide presentation, and should you be selected, then they provide a panel. Traditionally, it would be like in Las Vegas or in Austin, and you're presenting in front of an audience. But now, because of COVID-19, we can do this with technology, just like what we're doing now is pitching on Zoom to a panel. And if they like your technology, then they will reach back out to you to engage in a contract opportunity. So the government is actually doing that due diligence upfront, using like pitch day competition, so that they have access to those additional opportunities. And many of those companies are participating in the SBIR program. So I think that's a really an innovative way to get your name out there. And most importantly, from my view, is whether or not you get a selected, again, it's open-ended. We don't know whether or not there are budget at the end, but at least you are using that opportunity to build relationship, to expand your network with someone in the government, and to help answer, the technology need. And that's I see the value in this program, is to use that, much like how in the commercial sector where you have to do that due diligence and uncover your customer and qualify them. The SBIR program allows you within the program to do that customer discovery in a methodical way and identifying that end users and customer.
I had a question too, and you helped us specifically on this. So on the Navy one that we submitted, I'd like to actually talk about some of the other. We've talked primarily about Air Force, but maybe get into some of the others as well. But just referencing, so we applied with you for a Navy topic.
That's
and
right.
The topic, I don't remember exactly how it was phrased, but it was talking more about drones that fly farther, right?
Yeah.
Long range drones. And so our topic that we submitted, we based it on a better battery technology, right? So we were improving any in there for drones. So talk a little bit about that. So when they read the topics, how much like margin is there to read between the lines? Is it worth submitting with an alternative idea, or maybe a better idea? Maybe they don't know that there's a better battery technology out there. What can you tell the audience a little bit about when they read these topics and they're thinking in their head and they're trying to wonder, is my solution actually a fit, or if it's not spot on, don't do it? Like, what's your opinion when it comes to that?
Sure. So there are many ways you can go to, in the SBIR program, open-ended, right? So think of the open topic within the Air Force. You can do that. But then there are also opportunities for you to categorize your technology to a specific need. And, there's a wonderful document that they provide, and this is from the 19.1 cycle that made available by the Air Force, is the remote fitness coaching for airmen. So if your company provides some sort of fitness coaching to the general public, certainly you can provide that in the DoD ecosystem. So they provide an ID 3574 that you can answer to and speak to an existing need. And sometimes they also provide the name of the end user for that need ID, so that you can reach out to them and have a conversation upfront about your technology, to do that assessment upfront, whether or not it is a right fit. So, utilizing the information that the government provide on what in general for that particular release. Right now we're in 20.3. They will come out with some of those focus areas, and they will provide those technical point of contacts for you to reach out to. And if your technology doesn't fit in any of those categories, then you can apply for the open topic, where you can tell the government why your technology is amazing and what is it that you're trying to solve. So within the SBIR program, there's a great diversity. And so the Air Force is, from my perspective, from what I see, is the only one with the open topic. Some of them are quantum, like the Navy, where we work on that together. And I just help a client on applying for the NIH SBIR program on COVID-19, pivoting their technology in cybersecurity for COVID-related solutions. So and they just won today. So I'm very proud of that work. And so, essentially understanding the problem that they're facing, and then articulating your technology and how it fits that technology. And so that's where the translation happened. And here at the Outpost, that's what we do, is to help clients, to apply and translate their technology into the government to solve a particular problem. And most importantly, we will help identify those government end users. Many of my colleagues come from the DoD space. So these are relationships that we've cultivated for over many, many years. And we'll actually have conversations with them and talk through some of these challenges. And that's why we're hosting, a weekly tech talks with government counterparts so that we understand their challenges. And a lot of time, we will bring companies into those conversations with the government even before the SBIR is released, the topic is released, so that we have those conversations. The most important thing you can do is to connect company to government end users and ask them to provide mentorship on the use case and how to translate that technology into the DoD. We understand that that is a need, and that's why it's a priority for us.
Yeah, I think that's one thing. There's a question that I'm gonna ask you, but and I think that you might have an answer. But you guys are a lot more than grant submission. You guys are end-to-end advice consultancy, understanding of the space, understanding of the whole part from end to end. And so I think if you guys are looking around at options and resources, the Outpost is a lot more than, obviously Lynn's just talking about one small area of this.
That's right.
Definitely I reach out. All the guys at the Outpost and gals are great at the Outpost. Reach out, have a conversation. Again, the theme here is that everybody's willing to talk and chat. There's no mean people in this space. Everybody's trying to help everybody.
That's
so
right.
I encourage you guys to reach out. Even if you don't know if it's 100% fit, have a talk with Lynn and let him tell you what they can do and if it's a fit. The question came through earlier and I waited just to want to see, I have some thoughts and experience with it, but I'm looking for it. But I think the question was about grant writers. Do they typically charge a fee and stuff like that? And from my experience, most of them have some sort of fee to write. I mean, Lynn, chime in. I would say just, not all grants are the same. Just because they've done a grant doesn't necessarily mean that they've done an SBIR.
That's right.
To me, my experience that we've done with the grants, it's mostly on the communicating the technical part and explaining and how that is useful and what the value are to the end customer is a lot more than like say a marketing person or somebody. So I think they have to be technical and be able to understand it. So for us submitting our quantum technologies, I don't know, it would be hard to find somebody who could help us like that, which is great, which is why we go back to, again, the Outpost, but because you guys have other things and understand that space that we're trying to sell into and communicate into. But yeah. I don't know, do you have an answer to that for grant writers?
Sure, absolutely. Writing the proposal is not easy. It's just we have to answer the question, and that takes a little bit of time, to figure out what it is that we're trying to sell to the government and what problem does it solve. And so here at the Outpost, we have a team doing just that, right? We walk you through that process. We know exactly what the government is looking for in the technical volume. It's a 5-page and a presentation, 15 slides. Slide by slide, we'll be able to fill that out, leveraging some of your existing information from the website, from your white paper, from your investor deck, or even your patent material. I think there are many grant writers or proposal writers out there, but getting someone who have the experience in this space, someone who truly understand the technology. If you're if the companies is doing AI and ML, we want to make sure that we have the right grant writers and proposal writer who specialize in that space to ask, to answer the question accordingly and be able to work with the company and distilling that information into a way that's easy to understand and answers the questions that the government is looking for and answering to a use case. So I think, it's a very specific grant and proposal writing. And so that's why we see that this is a need, especially for small businesses. We don't want you to struggle through this by yourself. We just simply do a simple data collection upfront, and then our team will just put that together. So when you see a proposal, a draft is nearly 80% there. And then we'll be able to work with you to tailor it and localize it even more, so that it hits the mark on the application of the technology or on the technical aspect, and fleshing that out so that we can truly, prioritize the content. That, we can answer many things, but the most important thing is answer the questions that the government is looking for, and they have a particular template in mind, and that's how we accelerate this process. It's not impossible. I've done this many times, and we just did it this last Wednesday with 30 proposals for phase 2. So we can only scale up when we have a proposal team in place to do that.
Yeah, and then so one last question, so each Navy, Air Force, Army, the SBIR program is very similar but slightly different, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I know there's so many nuances, we couldn't cover them all, but just how do we convey that to let people know? So if they're looking at the resource guide, most of the screenshots are out of the Air Force. Some numbers change, some dollar amounts change, time milestones and stuff like that. Can you just share a little bit of information on maybe the differences or how they can pay attention to anything like that?
Sure. So for the Air Force, is the most flexible, and I think is the easiest, super responsive. Phase 1 for the Air Force through AFWorks, phase 1 is 3 months period performance, $50K. And then phase 2 is 12 to 15 months, $750K. And then phase 3 is a sole source credential, a contract to the federal government, fairly straightforward. And what we can rely on from the Air Force, from my experience so far, is, you get pretty quick feedback. When you submit your proposal, you most likely will hear something back within 30 to 45 days. And that's great. Now, I've seen situations where, due to continued resolution, or they did not get the funding needed, so it's just keep getting delayed and delayed. And that's naturally whenever you do work with the government, that happens. But in general, for the U.S. Air Force, that they're very responsive in getting those programs out. For Army and for Navy and other component, for their phase 1. It goes up to 150K, right? And that could be a 6 months period of performance for your phase 1. I've seen the response back from whether it's Navy or Army or other component is probably it'll take about 6 months for you to hear back from the time that you submit your proposal. So you just have to, look into each of the components and provide and prioritize which one you really want to go after, and whether or not it's the right topic match for you. If the Navy has especially the one in California at Port Hueneme, that they're already working on something very specific and your technology is answering that directly, answer to it, right? And put it into the system. Most importantly is that you have got to submit and be in the competition. So regardless, they'll get back to you, and hopefully it is a select. If it's not a select, then you can always ask for a debrief or a feedback where the government provide some information as to why you were not selected. Perhaps the technical information was not what they were looking for. So use those customer feedback or a proposal feedback, so that when the next round come about, it's every 3 months, then you can improve and tailor your proposal accordingly to what they're looking for.
That's great. That's fantastic. Well, I really appreciate your time, and as always, your knowledge. It's really good to be talking to you and not staring at a ticking clock and worried about load times and being able to submit under the deadline. So this is really nice. We should do this more often. So thank you so much for being here. I'll, everyone, if you guys are looking to connect with Lynn or the Outpost, and all the speakers, we're going to have some wrap up stuff at the end to plug in for you guys. And if it's not in the resource guide already, then we'll get it updated or out in some sort of email. So again, Lynn, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Yeah, we'll talk soon. Next round.
We'll talk soon. Next round.
All right. Thanks, Lynn.
Yep.
So real quick, I probably should have introduced myself earlier as I jumped on with all the speakers. My name's Bryan Wendt. I am a director out at FathomWorks. You've probably seen the crazy octopus logo on a bunch of things throughout the program today. FathomWorks is designed to be exactly what we're doing today. It's a conduit for information and opportunities to connect you with partner people, innovators, technologies, anything and everything. Today's topic was very specific on kind of how to get started, and we're all in this boat together. And so if you're looking for more information, you're looking for more resource, FathomWorks is one of those many places that's there provided for you. It's a joint use collaborative space where we can get together with ideas and people and we can put them to the test. We have a physical space. It's a 60,000 square foot warehouse. It has about $3 million in equipment there, donated by primarily NAVC, NAVFAC, Cheryl being one of them, and a few other groups. We have a UAV cage, so a drone cage you can fly around in if you're worried about testing or something like that. We have an above ground test tank, basically a big giant swimming pool that has portholes on the side. It's 75,000 gallons. It's 50 foot by 25 foot tank that you can come put submersives in and test in. We have all kinds of metalworking, woodworking, advanced weather testing, stress testing, all kinds of equipment out there. It's not a maker space. It's not one of those things you can walk in. This is specifically designed to help move technologies farther down the field by getting it closer to helping maritime and maritime domain and federal opportunities like this, and helping frontline warfighters and so dual use technology, which is something we probably didn't hear today, but technology that goes through SBIR programs that have a use in the civilian world and in security, port, maritime, military applications. So if you have a technology, if you're going through an SBIR program, if you're looking to get involved, there's two things. One, come to FathomWorks. There's we have a weekly call. Actually, sorry, it's not a weekly call. We have a once a month call, an open call where the team is on. Sometimes we have people like we're going to schedule Lynn maybe to come out if he's willing, who can answer questions on certain topics. Sometimes just depending on what's going on, we'll have other experts come out and sit in on the call. If not, it's the team always trying to field and connect. It's the community who comes out and just has questions in general. Hey, are you guys submitting for this? Or hey, I have a question here. Does anybody know a good manufacturer there? Whatever it is, the idea is community and to come out and to get started. And there's all kinds of levels of technology, from stuff that's like on napkins all the way to licensed technology from federal labs that's on a phase 2 kind of stuff. So wherever you're at, just come join. It's a free membership, doesn't cost you anything. There's a Slack channel. It's all broken up into different topics, and you can go on there and meet other people. You can join the call. You can reach out to the team direct. We're happy to help. I just want to say thanks to the partners who've helped put FathomWorks together, which is the NAVC at Port Hueneme, the Port of Hueneme, our local economic development collaborative, and Matter Labs. And they've all come together and they put their blood, sweat, and tears to basically help everybody and anybody to try and make technology do great things in the world. So if that's something you're interested, go to the site, sign up, become a member. There's other events like this that are on there. There's other sources of knowledge and resources and stuff like that, and you can meet people. So if you want a place to start, it's a very easy place to start, and we're happy to try and help you connect in any way at all. And I just want to say thanks for Cheryl for putting on this event. We're so happy to always work with Cheryl. Cheryl's amazing. And I'm going to turn it back over to you. Thank you so much. It's a fun day. I'm going to let you close us out, and then we'll go celebrate.
Well, thank you, Bryan. I hope everybody on the event today has learned something. I'd like to take a quick poll to see how you feel about working with the government after you've sat through this event. So again, do the screen capture of the QR code with your camera on your phone, and we'll look at the responses together. And let me get mine out. Let's see if I can. Okay, so how do you feel about government opportunities now? All right, things look a little better. Well-informed, doable, optimistic, and interested. And interested is what we want to hear most of all, because as I said in the beginning of this event, most new technology is coming from the private sector, and the government is interested in finding ways to work with industry so that we can adapt those technologies to help the warfighter and our own facilities groups to build better facilities for the DoD, for the Department of Defense. Of course, I did learn today that we use way too many acronyms, and I need to remember not to throw those into all of my speech patterns here. So if we can go back one slide to the points of contact. I just wanted to point out a few things for everybody. As Bryan mentioned, he is the point person that you would talk to about FathomWorks, and that is an incredible resource for you. And of course, Bryan and Eric and the folks over at FathomWorks can help you develop your business acumen. So please reach out to them. As I pointed out, I am Cheryl Monzon. I'm with the Naval Facilities Engineering and Expeditionary Warfare Center, responsible for tech transfer. Alan Yeagers, also the tech transfer professional for the Naval Sea Systems Command here at Port Hueneme. But he's also the Tech Bridge Director, so he's kind of dual-hatted here. And Gladis is my SBIR point person. So if you have questions about Navy SBIR, she is the person you can reach out to. And we'll just leave that slide up as I close things out today. I just want to say how incredibly grateful I am to the speakers and all the partners who helped put this event together. Bryan and Eric went from Matter Lab / FathomWorks. They developed this training platform and got our exciting speakers for us today. And Haley and Hannah working behind the scenes, keeping our Zoom meeting operating smoothly. They refuse to come on screen, but maybe somebody can force them, I don't know. There you go. There's our team. You know, their efforts have made it so much easier for me just to sit here and facilitate the meeting. Again, if you're interested in more of these kinds of sessions, please let us know what topics would be of interest to you. And again, you can reach out to anybody on this contact slide and ask us questions. We're always happy to field questions. Please do become a part of the Naval X Ventura Tech Bridge. We'd like to share and have you help us build our entrepreneurial ecosystem here in Ventura County. And in fact, the tech bridges are connected with each other, and there are 12 of them currently across the US. So once you connect with one tech bridge, you can reach out to all the others too. So as you leave us, remember to stay creative, and stay connected. And thank you so much for joining us today. Bye.